Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Wednesday morning D&D game, Help Wanted. I'm going to go ahead and let the characters introduce themselves, and I'll go ahead and give you a rundown on what's been going on. Let me get the music started in the meantime.
Hello, everybody! I am Alex, and I'll be playing the part of the Dragonborn Barbarian Kolak Otor Derentuntium, also just known as Kolak. He is a red Dragonborn, and specifically using the Explorer's Guide to Wildemount version of the Dragonborn, which actually gives them tails and such, make them actually look like a dragon as a person. And, he is definitely somewhat tired. As a bloodthirsty man, he's pretty sated for a little bit, considering the past few sessions where he has taken part in a massive fight between not two separate groups, one of which being soldiers, one of which being a hobgoblin, an entire hobgoblin bugbear goblin army strike force, of which apparently killing 50 of them doesn't even faze them. So, he's very tired and needs a minute to himself.
My name is Chris. I play Sentry, the reawoken Warforged Legionnaire. He just got his shit kicked in by the War Master of the Goblin Party and is busy recalibrating.
Hello, my name is Fiona. I play Talus Ellison, the Tiefling College of Bone Bard, who's, honestly, he's not feeling too bad. Suddenly he's able to resurrect people, he can make skeletons now. They technically won the fight against the giant army because those guys left. So, Talus is doing fine.
I'm Zoe. I play Lucy, who is an ex-assassin being possessed by the ghost of one of her victims. And, she's doing pretty alright. She's a little tired, but, I mean, it's been pretty good so far. I don't think anything else wrong is going to happen. So it's going to be fine.
Hi, my name's John. I'm playing Ty Birchbound, the young human monk, who is quite exhausted and looking forward to a little rest.
And I am the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master this afternoon, and most evenings. When we last left off, as you've heard several times at this point, the party had been through one hell of a night as they battled this horde of goblin and hobgoblins attacking the town of Ridgefort. The war chief of this hobgoblin group had challenged the people of Ridgefort to send out a champion to fight him in exchange for the release of several prisoners. Those prisoners were released, and Sentry was put to the ground, as he said, in a fight against a rather unforgiving opponent. Or maybe they got a lucky shot in. At this point, you all have had a chance to rest inside the keep. The sun was just starting to come up as the bedraggled members of your party dragged Sentry back inside. Ty, as I said, that family that was released by the hobgoblins looked rather familiar to you. Perhaps you had a conversation with them that night, or perhaps you awaited until the next morning. But at this point, you would have a chance to rest, and after that long rest, it would be mid-afternoon of the following day.
Okay. I think I probably would not have much of a talk with them that night, but I would introduce myself and ask to like set a time to meet for like lunch or something the next day.
Okay. So then all of you awaken the next morning in the keep, in like the main part of the keep where the day before or the night before, Sentry had been cooking his stew for all of you while you interrogated that hobgoblin captain. That's kind of where Sentry you start to slowly boot back up, essentially, from the blow that you took. And as you do,
Wow.
you start to realize that whatever happened to you, as bad as it was, seems to have jarred some of your previous fighting prowess back to mind. That as you've come to 5th level now, you're able to do certain things that you weren't before, and perhaps that blow to the back unlocked something inside you.
Sentry sits up, his back plates and shoulders shifting and grinding against each other as he pulls himself to his feet and summons his greatsword, taking a look at it. Memories from his days in the Legion come flooding back as in just a short spurt as he focuses on shifting a few of the plates in his arm. The sonic energy that he had once released that he used to be able to release into one cacophonous blast, now humming as it travels down the edge of his sword. He deactivates the spell and sets his weapon down, getting breakfast ready for everybody else.
Sentry is surprisingly chipper for having had the crap kicked out of him just that night.
When Kolak awakens, of course, he'll kind of crack his neck as he gets up, hunches over a little bit as he usually does, and he's going to see if he can't find himself the priestess to have himself a nice little chat with her about the preceding events that have occurred and what the plans moving forward are going to end up being.
Okay.
Do you mind if I make a cooking?
Yeah, go
check?
go ahead. Yeah,
Sweet.
that's fine. What is everybody else doing? It's the like afternoon light is streaming into the to the main part of this keep, this central hall of this keep.
That's a good
I
start.
burned the shit out of the eggs. I burned the shit out of the eggs. It definitely
I think
happened.
Lucy wakes up and she's just like, is there a fire? There's just like smoke billowing into the room from the kitchen.
Lucy, as you
Sentry.
Lucy, as you wake up, you wake up and you look over, and like Sentry is standing in front of these things, and just like smoke is billowing up in front of him, and you're wondering if he's like more damaged than you originally thought he was.
Hey, Sentry, you doing all right, buddy? Do you want some help with that? I can try to help with that.
Lucy's words snap him out of this like sort of reflective stupor. The memories having sort of like shaken him a little bit, and he just looks at the smoldering eggs in his pan before smacking it onto the fireplace and trying again.
Can I also help? Because I also have cooking proficiency.
Yes, then you can roll with advantage as you are giving him the aid action.
What attribute have you been using?
I typically pick survive, so I basically just use the survival stat, so wisdom.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense.
There we go. Well, passable.
Passable. Lucy's is better.
Hook
Yeah.
off. Blow off some steam.
In a literal
That'd be
sense.
nice.
Literally blowing off some steam. Hello and welcome to Iron Chef.
Yeah.
Oh god, that is the most literal reference because he is a warforged.
Beautiful.
Talus?
I'm 40% iron, baby.
That's his true calling. Talus is going through his sort of standard morning ritual, drawing some runes on the ground, meditating. But he's gonna change it up a little bit. And I'm actually going to use one of those fancy College of Bone features I have.
Ooh.
And he's gonna use something called Unceasing Dirge. And essentially make a performance check to see if you can detect any undead in the area. Because he wants to listen in to that beautiful song of death.
When you say the area, what distance do we have here?
It was within 60 feet, is what it is as written. Obviously, any College of Bone feature can be edited.
Right. I think 60 feet is fine for now. But as you summon up the dirge, and they emit an... Okay. As an action, you may make a charisma performance check of DC 15. Go ahead and make your check.
Okay.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Well, all right.
Alice is very
Play
good
that drum.
at performance.
He is specialized in this.
Good
Yeah.
you're almost wasting your talents on anything but being in a band.
Yeah, you begin to play your song of kind of this mournful song as you sit performing these runes. Maybe you're humming it, maybe you're playing it upon an instrument. And as you reach out with your senses, you do get the sense of undead within 60 feet of you.
Okay, I think Talus is going to kind of follow the sound of it, try to
Okay.
figure out.
The
Where it's
music is emanating up from below.
Okay. He's gonna head on down and we'll look around.
Okay. You can go down into the basement of the keep where you had found that old tunnel. But even as you get down there, the sound is coming from further below that basement. Somewhere down further.
The tunnel is just kind of like dirt and stone, right? It's not like constructed per se.
The tunnel is a constructed tunnel, yes, that leads out to the tunnel leads out to the creek, right? It's like an escape tunnel from the keep.
Okay. So but it is like a manufactured, it's not just dug through the earth.
Correct.
Okay.
But you go down into the basement where that tunnel is, where all of the foodstuffs kept for the keep were piled up in this sub-level, and the song is emanating through the ground below you. In the meantime, let me see what everybody else is doing. I know that Lucy and Sentry are committing breakfast.
Committing breakfast like it's a crime.
Kolok
The initial
is
attempt was, yeah.
Kolok is off searching for Orica. Ty, what are you spending that first few moments of the morning doing as you it's not even morning, it's mid-afternoon. You kind of look out the window and the sun is streaming in. How do you spend your start of your day? What are you doing?
Well, is it like the whole army has withdrawn? Is it safe to leave the keep?
Yeah. The army had withdrawn after the battle with Sentry. They had withdrawn from the town, taking everything valuable that they could with them. They had an entire wagon train of just whatever they could find from the town.
Well, I'll find a spot down by the river to just meditate for a little while, grab some food, and then see if I can find that family.
Okay. You head back into town, and as you kind of spent the morning meditating, you wandered down maybe a little sleepily to the river to do your meditations and your stretches and practices, and now that you're actually like fully awake and walking back to town, you start seeing the devastation of what had happened the night before. There are some homes in this town that have been burned to the foundation. There are other homes in this town that are just blackened and their roofs are gone, and people are cobbling together what little bits of their life are left. As you walk through, you're searching for this particular family that you believe is related to your master. And you walk past the house where the two sick miners had been left. And as you walk past the house, you realize that the whole house is gone. Down to the foundation.
Like just completely burned down?
Just completely burned down. To cinders. It leaves a question in your mind as to whether or not somebody thought to get them out before everything happened that night. Eventually, though, you do...
Actually, well, can I actually maybe look around that site a little bit?
Absolutely, you can.
Do a little bit of perception there. Oh,
Sure.
Shouldn't be advantage, but 19.
Sure. You kind of start kicking through the debris of that home and looking through it, and you find the cots where they had laid, and you find what you hope that you wouldn't have.
Okay, so I do find some remains there.
You do.
Womp womp.
And just remind me of their symptoms. They were
Babbling incoherent.
Right. Yeah, they were crazy.
Yeah, they were babbling incoherently and kind of almost in this, like, not quite catatonic, but they could easily be, like, led around to wherever somebody wanted them to. When they were laid in the beds, they just kind of laid there babbling. They had completely lost any sense of self, it seemed.
Okay. Yeah, but there's no... Because this was, like, their house. Like, Lady Orica forced the miner to bring them here instead of going back to the mine.
Correct.
Proper.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Alright, great. And then I'll just head back to the keep.
Okay. As you're heading back to the keep, I will say that you do catch sight of that family. They are huddled in the keep, and actually, the husband of this family, the father of this family, seems to be having a pretty heated conversation with Orica and the sheriff. And Kolok... What's that?
Oh no.
Kolok, you kind of see this happening at the same time as you come out of the keep. You were looking for Orica, and she's not hard to find. Her and the sheriff are having this debate with this gentleman and his family, and it looks pretty heated. But Ty, what do you do as you see this?
Well, I just gonna roll a wisdom save. Okay, I will wait until this... I'm not going to intrude on this scene. I'm going to wait until they are no longer talking to the authorities before I approach them.
I'm just gonna walk up and stand next to Orca.
He's saying to her, this man is saying to her, "You just left us out there to die. You left a bunch of people out there to die. You all came back to the keep to defend the town, and what about the rest of us? We had to fend for ourselves and run into the keep. Our home is destroyed. What are we supposed to do? Where are we supposed to go now?" And Orca is trying to calm him as best she can, and really seems to simply just be kind of using appeasing language of like, "I understand, it's a terrible tragedy. We will do whatever we can to find you and your family a place. We couldn't possibly have found everyone in town in the midst of that battle. We did all that we could. The efforts will be put into place to try and get everyone settled as soon and as quickly as possible. Until then, we're setting up room here in the keep for those whose homes have been destroyed," and just trying to settle him down, but he's not really having much of it. It doesn't seem a satisfactory answer to him.
Kolak will start talking to him in Kolak's normal manner.
Oh God.
Hey, I don't need you giving her a lot of shit, all things considered. I was out there with several other people fighting this fight on behalf of everybody in this town. We saved as many people as we could. A lot of people who were held up in the temple. Ended up finding them, ended up saving them. Had to kill a lot of goblins and hobgoblins, bugbears in order to do so. And then, when we knew that your brain was under attack, we saved that as well, giving you at least a chance of being able to feed yourselves. Now, we're not going to be able to save you against the entirety of a hobgoblin army. But what exactly do you expect? How many guards do you even have? 20? 30 at most? What did you want them to do? Just kill themselves?
Kind of cowed, this man gathers up his family, stares daggers at you and then Orca and then the sheriff, and says to the priestess, "Where are these accommodations that you speak of in the keep?" And the sheriff calls somebody over who's equipped with a spear and a shield, and just kind of gives them instruction to show this family to where they can stay until their home is repaired. Ty, you see this like makeshift guard kind of come up and start leading them into the keep.
Okay. Well, I will follow along then and try to meet them when they get settled.
Okay, no problem. And Orca's left standing there, Kolak, and she turns to you and says, You cowed him, but I doubt that you allayed his fears, Kolak. What you said is entirely true. But the people here are scared and hurting. They do not have your fortitude.
I don't expect them to. They're farmers. Their roles are different from yours and mine. Farmers, miners, peasants, people who deal with all the little things that keep a town going. I don't expect them to understand war, or how it works, or how it's going to affect people, or the limitations of a town guard numbered as small as yours. I'm not mad at him. I just want him to stop. All this arguing on his part, pointless.
You have the perspective of a warrior, that is for sure.
In the meantime, I need to talk to you about, well, a lot of things. Do you want to speak out here, or do you want to find somewhere to relax for a bit?
I promised you answers to certain questions now that things were subdued, so I suppose that we should gather you and your allies, and you can ask what you need to, all of you.
The rest of them probably need more rest, especially Century. Do you have anybody who might be able to tinker with him?
We'll have to see who's around. We've still been trying to take stock of the damages and what villages are here and what villages are missing. The sheriff is taking lead on that. In the meantime, I've just been trying to go around and heal whoever I can who's been injured. It's hard to say who's alive and who's not. It's only been a few hours and most of us were exhausted.
Yeah, well, I've gotten my rest, so I'm good to go. If there's anything you need me to do before we end up chit-chatting, let me know.
For now, no, I think we should get that over with first.
Very well. If you need me to gather everybody, I suppose I can. But, I think they're all still kind of tired.
Understandable. She, well, something smells like it's burning in the keep. Why don't we go find out what exactly is happening to Century?
I feel attacked. Report for cyberbullying.
He's just worried that Century's CPU is frying.
In the keep, it is complete bedlam. We've somehow managed to set fire to stone.
Hey, you rolled a 17 or Lucy rolled a 17 the second time around. Everything is fine. All right. Orica walks.
The food is great. It's just the damage caused making it is amazing.
Orica walks into the keep. Orica walks into the keep, and you guys, where Century and Lucy are cooking. Talus is not present, and Ty, you've followed this family into the keep itself, but they are being led up the stairs to the next level of this hall part of the keep. So if you continue to follow them,
I'll go along with them.
That's what I figured. So it's just Century and Lucy in the keep proper, Kolok, when you and Orica enter.
Century looks good.
Century. Lucy. Where's Talus?
He was here not too long ago. The blue one departed.
If you can, gather everybody. Orica needs to talk to us about, well, everything.
I have some questions for her as well.
And that is why I figured gathering you would be best. Ty, they get settled in. They are taken over to a couple of sets of makeshift beds that have been set up here in the keep in the last few hours. And there's really not much place for them to keep what little possessions they have with them. They just kind of throw them onto these beds. And the kids seem excited to have, it's a bit of a staying away from home. So they just kind of claim the beds that are theirs. Just glad to have a place to lay down. And the father and mother kind of sit down heavily on one of these cots and kind of huddle up together talking. The guard walks away.
Well, I will sort of knock on the door frame nearby. Say, hello there. I'm sorry to meet you under these circumstances, but I think maybe we know someone in common. I was Shepherd Theo's student.
Theo. I haven't heard from Theo in a very long time. How is he?
I'm afraid I have some bad news. He passed away earlier this year. I do have something for you, though, and I give them Shepherd Theo's journal, which I have not read. I have left it completely just as I found it, kind of his one possession that I brought. And I will say that I know it's not much, but here, this might help you get back on your feet a little bit, and I will also give them 20 gold pieces.
He takes Theo's journal gingerly, kind of looking at it a little quizzically. Theo. How old was Father Theo? Or Shepherd Theo? Was he an older man who passed away of natural causes, or was he?
Yeah, he passed. It was natural causes, as far as I know. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He takes it.
I kind of see them that he was, for whatever reason, he was sort of sent out to this little backwater shrine,
right,
to just kind of spend the rest of his days basically without bothering anybody else.
Yeah. Last I'd heard about Uncle Theo, he had nearly been kicked out of the Temple of Nadara.
That doesn't sound right. If he was kicked out of the temple, why would they send him to such an important shrine to protect?
He kind of has placed the journal in his lap. Important shrine. I had heard that they had sent him off to the middle of nowhere to get him out of their hair, because he kept arguing with the high priests.
I guess he did like to argue a lot. He argued with the traders that passed by sometimes, and I guess he argued with the farmers who lived around the temple. But the most remote places can sometimes be the most sacred to Nadara. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding, but I hope it does bring you some comfort to have this from him.
His wife takes the 20 gold from you, even though it looked like he was about to refuse it. She snatches it quickly and holds it to her chest, and she stands up, and she leans down and kisses you on the cheek, and she says, "Thank you. What did you say your name was again?"
Ty.
This is so incredibly generous of you, Ty. I'm sorry for your loss as well.
I appreciate that, ma'am. I'll let you finish getting settled, but I think I'll be in town for a while longer. I'm gonna go meet up with my companions, and but I'll probably see you around more. So I hope things improve for you.
She says, She actually tries to speak, but kind of is starting to get overwhelmed with a bit of emotion, and just kind of looks down and sits back down. And as you're getting ready to leave, you hear the man call back to you, Ty.
Yes, sir?
He walks over to you, kind of fingering the journal. Here, and he pushes it back towards you. He says to you, I didn't know my great uncle very well, and you were his student, you said?
That's right.
I think this would mean more to you than it could possibly mean to me, knowing that he has passed. The fact that you came all this way to tell us. You seem a good lad, and I just think that this would do you more good than me. You were probably closer to him than I was.
Well, I will accept it and give him a little, a little bow, and come down to meet the rest of the party.
Okay. You head down, and everybody's gathered there but Talus, who is still. Talus, give me a investigation check if you are looking for the source of the song.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, not the best.
You're searching this basement. It's old and dusty and covered in cobwebs, and has all of these boxes of provisions piled around everywhere. And you just come to the conclusion as you're searching around that looking at every nook and cranny and wall to find out where this song is coming from is going to take you a decidedly long amount of time. How long does your dirge last?
I imagine it doesn't last very long at all. It's more sort of a thing that you get a sense of where all the undead in the area is.
Okay.
So it's probably already pretty faded.
Sure. We'll have to ascribe a time period to it as we look at it. Yeah. We'll have to figure out if it's like a minute or something like that. So the song is fading as you're searching, and you realize it's going to take you longer than just a few moments to discover where this sound is coming from.
For the brief amount of time that the song is left, he is just going to straight up kind of go get down on the floor and like press his ear to the ground and maybe even scratch against the ground a little bit in a very futile but maybe just a little bit desperate. This song is kind of a big deal to Talus.
Sure. It's washing over you, and it as you're like scratching at the ground and like putting your ear to it and looking for any sign of how to reach the source of this song, it slowly kind of fades off into nothing. And you're just kind of left breathing against the stone floor, dust kind of kicking up with every breath.
Yeah, Talus is just he kind of stays there for a minute, and then he slowly gets up and gives one last kind of look around the room, and then kind of shakes himself off a little bit as if he had been a little entranced, a little one track mind, and he's gonna leave and go back to the general room, kind of the main floor.
When you go back up, your pack of dogs and their new member, your little puppy familiar, basically charge you as you walk up into the keep, as if you've been gone for like days, even though it's been moments. And standing around the room, wondering where you've been, are the murder squad that you have kind of adopted as your companions, and Orica.
They're Talus's murder squad now. No one's allowed to kill them.
That's
I look at Talus with just the littlest bit of envy.
As he gets
I do not know what
5 dogs.
Sentry does not know what dogs feel like.
If you ask, Talus will tell them to tackle.
He's not gonna do that.
That's your loss.
Yeah. So I look at our companions as they arrive, offering each of them a hefty plate of, and sheepishly admit that Lucy helped.
I'm gonna use my telepathic speech to speak into Century's mind and be like, "You can take the credit. I got your back."
It was all me.
Oh my god.
I have been informed that I am allowed to take all the credit.
Alright, that's an inspiration point.
This plane shakes his head. Whatever. Doesn't matter to me who cooked it.
I've been informed that I can take all the credit.
It was all me.
Oh, God. Orca looks around to all of you, reluctantly taking a plate, and she sets it down, just kind of on a table that's there in the hall. She looked as though she was about to dig into it, and then puts it down as she stands there thinking, Century, Kolok, the two of you specifically had questions for me.
What did we lose? Since I approach very brusquely. In fact, like, part of me is like, I don't know why I gave her food. Because you have failed to answer adequately any of my questions since this whole situation started, Priestess. I am beginning to question your loyalty to both us and your... Sentry takes a moment to think for the word. He's trying to make a conscious effort to not be as authoritarian.
A little bit of diplomacy.
Your sense of cooperation is lacking, Priestess.
Century, power down for a little bit, okay? It's been a long day, and I'm sure she's going to explain plenty.
You and I will have words if her explanations turn out to be inadequate.
I would not divulge what I believed they were looking for in front of our captive.
Who's still here, by the way?
He's not in this room. They have the captive, but he's not in this room.
Right.
Could you whisper it? Like, we can huddle around you and you can say it really quietly?
Our town holds 2 items of value. That would be of value to someone who knew they were here. One is on my person, and has been throughout the entirety of the night. The other is an artifact of the Temple of Morrigan. That is kept far below the keep.
When you say below the keep, where would you say it is below?
Directly below.
Below a particular room, perhaps? Or... Talus seems weirdly very invested in this conversation all of a sudden.
It
Can you
is...
tell us what the whole thing on your person is? Like, as a consolation? Gossip?
As I had mentioned when you first arrived back in town, Orca is armed. She carries a sword on her. It is... it has a very long It's on her hip, but it has a very long handle. It has the handle of a two-handed weapon. Not a one-handed or a hand and a half, but a two-handed weapon. The sword itself has a very particular motif to its pommel and its crossguard. Sentry, there has been some memory that awakens from you, and as you look at it, you see on this sword, as she kind of said that one of them is on my person, your eyes are immediately drawn to the weapon. The weapon
Priestess.
the weapon's pommel and crossguard have the motif of an eagle carved in iron, and ornately decorative. Again, the blade is the haft of the handle is a two-handed weapon. That.
Where did you get that blade, Orica? Using her name for the first time since encountering her.
It was given to me for its protection ages ago.
How old does she look?
She looks considerably younger at first. You're a poor judge of human age.
Right.
But she could be anywhere from, like, her mid-40s to late 50s.
Who gave it to you?
That's not important, really, is it? It was placed under my protection.
By whom?
Oh, for Pete's sake, Sentry, it could have been anybody. It looks
I
like
recognize-
it's probably extremely old.
Silence, Gecko! I recognize this weapon.
All right,
My memories are from 100 years ago. How did you get this blade?
Could have been from a variety of different sources. If it's really old, then it's possible that a lot of people have had it from time to time. What does it matter? It's here now.
It was given to me by the high priest who presided over the temple here in town before I. When he passed the blade to me. From what I understand, he was given the blade. He was given the blade by Merwin, who received it from the commander of your legion.
So you
Oh,
mean to
gee,
tell me
that
that
was
the-
super helpful information, wasn't it, Century?
In fact, it was.
Hmm.
It would seem that there's more that drew me to this town than I had initially believed. My other question still remains. What was taken from this town?
Well, not what they wanted, but from what I understand, every home was ransacked, and so was the temple of all of its gold and any item of service and worship that was present in the temple. They were searching for the artifacts, but the artifacts are here.
Have you checked on the second one?
Not yet.
We should do that immediately.
May I ask what the second artifact is?
It won't necessarily matter if it's missing.
Oh, we know what it looks like.
We're looking for.
Depending
Yeah.
on what it is, I may be able to tell you if it's there.
Sentry stares at the priestess, waiting for her to respond.
Why don't we go look?
Ooh,
I
it's
am
a
okay with
surprise.
this. There are things down there I would like to see, yes.
I've never been down there.
After the war chief defeated me outside, he said that they had found what they were looking for. Since one of the artifacts is currently still with you, I pray for all our sakes that no other artifacts of the Empire were taken while...
This one is much older than the Empire, from what I've been led to understand. I've never looked upon it myself.
Do you know what such a powerful artifact was doing here?
The best way to keep something out of sight and out of mind, and protected, is to put it somewhere no one would look.
Typical human short-sightedness.
It does seem that perhaps they are looking. So that method may not be well advised. Just a comment. I don't know how these things traditionally work here.
She nods at Talus's comments, and she motions for you all to follow her down into the basement.
Yeah, Talus is going to follow direction behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sentry's heavy-ass footfall echoed. Fine.
You get down below the keep itself into this sub-level, and she begins to look around the room. And she tells you, as I've said, I've never been down here before. I was told it was here, but it was to be left undisturbed. I think the passage is... And she's, like, feeling around the walls. And then she scrapes away some of the dust and some of the cobwebs, and on a single piece of stone, carved into it, is the holy symbol of Morrigan, covered up by the dirt and the grime of years. Can you move these?
So it doesn't look like it's...
What's that?
So it doesn't look like it's been disturbed?
Not from this end.
That's not a good sign.
Can you move these boxes? And she asks for your help moving all of this foodstuffs and things, and then she presses the stone, and a portion of the wall slowly opens to a set of stairs that lead down.
Alice is already going down the stairs.
You just start walking.
Just start walking.
All right. It's
Talus,
dark.
get
It's dark. Talus, do you have dark vision?
He does, yes.
Okay. As you start going down the stairs, like...
Well, sorry, buddy. I'm going to have to ruin it. Just lights a torch, because Sentry can't see shit in the dark.
I feel like there's a lot of people in the party who can't see shit in the dark.
Yes.
I
Orca...
remember if Kolok can.
Orca will
I think
follow...
it's just you and Kolok.
Lucy's kind of like muttering to herself, and she's like, I could a while ago.
I think Ty can't see in the dark either, actually.
No, not at all.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is just Talus and Kolok who have dark vision.
Lucy remembers the days when she could see stuff.
Orca's gonna follow right behind Sentry, who has the torch. You...
I'm also carrying the longsword I absconded goblin.
Okay. So the, you realize, as you are going down these stairs, Talus, that You come to a stone door at the bottom of it, and this is at the very edges of those senses that you have obtained. It's just a stone door at the end of this dark passage of steps downwards deep into the hill, the granite hill that this keep sits upon. It has no handle, but it has, once again, as Sentry, as you kind of sweep the torch in the direction of this door, looking at it, the symbol of Morgan, the bloodstained, kind of glitters in red, a red inlay that is embedded into the stone.
I go ahead and touch the rune.
Nothing happens when you touch it.
Alice is just kind of like looking at it with a furrow in his brow as though he's trying to decode a language he doesn't speak.
I step over to the side and offer for the priestess to touch the rune.
She places her hand upon it and nothing happens. Kolak, you've spilled blood in the name of Morgan in the last day, have you not?
A lot of it, yes.
Try.
Kolak will sort of slither forward and put one of his claws on the rune.
As you do, the rune seems to seep out of the stone as if, well, her namesake, the bloodstained, seems to become what this door is now. And as it does, you feel it just lightly move under the touch of your hand, and you can easily push it open.
And I will do so.
How big's this door?
Blesses me once more.
The door is, it's probably like a 7-foot tall door. Large. It's large enough for Sentry to fit through it without problem.
Oh no, I meant like since
Kolak's
going in, is it wide enough for two people to go in at the?
No, it's not. No, one person at a time. You step in to this chamber, and the only light is your torch, Sentry. Like darkness kind of plays at the edges of the torchlight as it flickers, and there's no sound. This dry, stale gust of not really gust, but as you push the door open, like the air that kind of gets churned up as you push the door open is this dry, stale air, and kind of dust kind of just hits you. It hits your nostrils as you breathe in.
I decide to stop breathing.
As you sweep the torch from side to side, and as those of you with dark vision look around, you're in a hall that is probably fills the entirety of the keep walls. Like, it's probably as large as the courtyard and the hall of the keep combined. There are pillars that there are symmetrical pillars that go out from the doorway straight across the room. There are, between each pillar is a stone coffin with an effigy carved into it.
Just start examining these coffins. An old mausoleum, maybe.
I immediately ignore it and start stomping through it.
You stomp through this place, and you're looking from side to side with the torch. It is eerily quiet. You can't hear the sounds of nature up above because you are so far below ground, and nothing lives down here. The only thing you can hear are your companions' movements through this hall, kind of echoing out. And then as you go through and the torch is lighting the path, you begin to hear the sounds of something dry and scraping against each other.
Sentry makes a little noise. Boop, boop.
Oh, God.
Comrades, I hear something. Over here.
Those of you with dark vision, you see on the edges of your vision movement suddenly in the darkness.
There is something here.
What's here?
I do not know. I saw movement.
Well, cool.
Well, that's cool. You hear...
Talus.
Yes.
Talus. Stay with the priestess.
Very
Lucy,
well.
Lucy, you will remain with them. Maintain contact between me, Kolok, and Ty. We will advance to investigate.
Oh, okay, bye.
We'll be down here for as long as this has been undisturbed. Probably not a great idea to get into a fight with it, but could be fun.
I thought your god Morrigan was all about combat.
Controlled, purposeful combat. Not wild aggression for no reason. That's why I worship her. She helps me control myself.
This is merely a threat assessment. Besides, if what the war chief said was true and they got what they came for, it's possible they left someone behind on accident.
Also a possibility. In that case, we wouldn't want to kill it. We want to know what they found.
Hence why this is a threat assessment.
Give me a perception check. Give me perception checks. Disadvantage because of the space you're in.
Even with dark vision, come on.
Even in dark vision,
twice.
if you're in dark vision, and it is, if you have dark
It's
vision
because
and
of
you're,
me.
yeah, if you have dark vision and you're in complete darkness, it still counts as only dim light for you. So you see the 20 feet out in his torchlight, but anything beyond that is and your dark vision is still dim light for you, Kolok.
Especially in such a big space.
Yep.
Man, I can't wait to roll something other than a nat 1.
Sorry,
Sounds
dude.
pretty unlikely. Don't get your hopes up.
I know, seriously, right? Oh my god, 3, 4, 7, 12, 6. We can't see shit!
Okay. All right. As you move deeper, let's take a look at these bad, terrible rolls. Oh, Ty, you can hear the movement growing louder as they go deeper into this chamber.
Okay. I'll say I think it's getting closer.
You keep
Sentry
wandering.
readies his blade.
You move through this chamber, and as you get up to the far wall of this chamber, going just if you're heading straight through these pillars, these symmetrical pillars that go from the door to the back wall, if you were walking straight through that sentry, as you come into view of the back wall, you see that there is a large kind of display style case, and there's shattered glass all around it. Whatever was there is not there anymore. And you kind of look around, and you see off at the edge, Kolak, you see off at the edge of your vision, beyond the light of the torch, as you approach, you see kind of what looks like rubble sitting on the floor to the left, right at the edge of your vision.
Sentry is going to psychically speak with Lucy and say, Lucy, bring Talus and the priestess. We've got a problem.
Hey, Orica. Apparently we have a problem. We need to go over there.
But
I'm gonna head over.
wasn't the point of us being back here was so that I don't understand.
Well, there's a problem now, so we gotta
But
go
if there
over
wasn't a problem, then why would we need to be back here? But surely we should have simply gone up with them. And if there was a
there. Listen,
problem,
you're here, and we need to be there.
okay.
And we're going there, because there's a problem.
All right.
I respond. I can only respond to Lucy's side of the conversation.
That's true.
And he says, it's not he says, when he hears her say that, he says, I respond with, it's not an enemy. It seems that whatever was down here has been stolen. I feel the priestess should come and take a look at this.
Oh, Orica, sounds like the other thing got stolen. I'm sorry.
What a great delivery.
Orca hasn't said a word. She just she's like in awe of this place, and she kind of pushes past you, Lucy, when you say that, and starts marching towards the source of Century's light.
I'll follow.
Speaking of, can I take an action and light a second torch?
Yeah, you can do that.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and hand it to Ty.
Okay.
See if we can get some more light coverage
Sure,
in here.
I'll help.
All right. I'm gonna get this set up real quick. Give me just a moment while you guys kind of move forward exploring this space. Let me get the space set up for you so you can see what you're looking at.
I see what I see.
Heading over to the rubble, I'm gonna kind of like go to where it is, and then just kind of look up and see if I can't find something there.
Okay, as you move towards the rubble, as you get closer and closer, you start to realize that there's broken stone and dirt here. And you see that there is a section of the wall that has been caved inwards in this crypt. And as you get close and start moving the rubble and seeing that, something moves.
Gonna look at whatever moves. Probably grab my greatsword in the meantime.
As you look up just in time to see this shambling figure move towards you, drawing up a great ancient battle axe, and kind of silently screaming at you from an open maw. No sound escaping, but that is clearly a face of battle on its horrifying visage. Everyone roll initiative.
Hooray!
All right.
Talus shouts out just as the fighting starts.
What do you shout out?
Preserve the bones. I want them. These ones are special.
Outside of time, we all suck at initiatives.
All right.
Does the shambling figure dab?
No.
I love this community.
Oh,
I love
God.
it so much.
Yes, we all love the dabbing community, I know.
No, I'll be honest. I really just like how much it annoys you.
That's what everybody likes, man. That is exactly what everybody likes at all times. Is how much the whole dabbing thing is just like, oh my god, why? Oh my god, why? All the time. While I'm looking for this...
Embrace it, then they'll stop bugging you.
If I just what?
If you just embrace it.
Oh,
And
sure.
then we're opening every stream with just a ton of dabs, and then they'll get off your back about
Join
it.
the dab cult.
It'll just encourage them further.
Oh,
Yes,
absolutely.
it will 100%
Anyway.
just encourage them further. While I'm getting this pulled up, let me make a couple of quick announcements. As I'm getting this pulled up, you guys have rolled initiative. So we are still doing the Dab Challenge. It is a new month, so unfortunately a lot of our subscriptions have gone away. If you are an Amazon Prime member, you just remember that you can throw free subscriptions to your favorite streamers, and if that happens to be us, we would be ever so grateful for that. We are still doing the Dab Challenge though, so if we get to 200 subscribers by the end of the month, then I will dab, and whoever's at the top of the list of gifters of subs will be getting some sweet prizes. Same thing for second and third place. I think we're also going to just give away some dice sets to our subscribers at random. So if you are a subscriber, you'll be thrown in the list, and we'll do a random drawing and send some neat dice your way, care of our sponsor, Farboco. Also, next month, we're going to be doing a charity stream. We don't have all of the kinks worked out of the stream yet, but we think we're going to be doing a 24-hour charity stream. We are in the midst of choosing our charity. There is on our Discord channel, there is a poll up in the announcements page, so you can go there and vote on what charity you think that we should be donating what we receive to. We've picked through some charities that we find to be well run, that the majority of what we receive will go directly to those charities, to the thing that the charity is taking care of and helping. So please take your time, look that up in the Discord channel, and throw a vote at one of those if you have not yet. Players too, if you guys can go there and do that, that would be awesome. In addition to that, Friday night we have a new game starting. It is Artifact Recovery Corporation. And yeah, jump in and see what that's like. It's probably going to be at least as silly as this game, if not more so.
Better not be more so.
Hey, oh man, you have no idea. You have no idea the characters that are going to show up on Friday night. You should come check it out.
Oh boy.
Definitely will.
Oh
I
yeah.
have to tune in for that one.
Yeah. I will just say that one of the characters is a paladin named Bowie the Bodacious. So, yeah, come check that out. Let's see. Anyway, that is... I think that's all the announcements that I have for today. So yeah, go check those things out. And thanks for watching. Thank you for to our patrons and for our subscribers for supporting the stream. We got a couple of new followers today, so thank you to you too, as you have chosen to do that. Anyway, my map that I saved for today seems to have disappeared completely. So we're just going to do Theater of the Mind with this stuff.
Hooray!
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
That's fine.
Mind theater.
Yeah. Oh, we have extra copies of everybody in the initiative order. Or not everybody, just Century. Century, what'd you roll for initiative? Of 10? Or the 21?
Yeah, I thought I showed up on the initiative order.
You do. You're showing up for me twice. Because there's an old version.
Not for me.
10. Okay, there it is. Okay, so I'm just going to check everybody's initiative. Ty, you're going on 20, correct?
Correct.
Sentry's on 10, Kolok's on 5, Talus is on 3. Is that all right?
And Lucy's on 9.
Lucy's
Yeah,
on
it's
9.
not on the thing for some reason.
Yeah. That's probably didn't have the token out. And hold on, actually.
Yeah, I just had to chuck the token.
I didn't want to mess
random.
up the pretty picture.
Okay. These are not where these things are in relationship to you. They are just there for me to throw the initiative order out there. I will add Lucy to the turn order. She's going on 9. And let me roll the initiative for these guys. Kolok stumbling out of the darkness. This creature kind of rumbles your way. Ty, let's figure out where people are in relationship to one another. Century, you had just handed Ty another torch, so I'm assuming, Ty, that you are standing next to your companions at the moment.
Yep.
Okay.
And about how far away is this creature, you think?
Kolok had moved out towards the edge of his dark vision from where Sentry was, so it would be 60 feet away from where you and Sentry are that he is getting attacked at the moment. But Kolok, did you call anything out as this thing came stumbling out of the darkness to attack you?
Unfortunately, he wouldn't really have called anything out. He would have just snarled really loudly.
Okay, you hear Kolok snarl. You can interpret that as you wish, as Ty would.
It would seem that he has found food. Even down
Okay.
here, he ceases to amaze me.
And
Here he ceases to amaze me. He has never
Yes.
amazed me, ever, in the slightest. Not even kind of close.
So, Kolok does not have a torch with him, right? Because he has his dark vision.
Right.
So he's just off in the dark beyond the torchlight, and we can just hear this out there.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. Well, I guess I will just move toward the sound. Just for my move, I'll just go 40 feet closer, carrying my torch.
Okay.
And will I be able to... What do I see once I get to that 40-foot mark?
You kind of
I
run
can see
forward.
what's going on.
Yep, you move forward with the torch, and as you do, you see on the edges of the torch, there's Kolok kind of kneeling down, examining these stones and this dirt, and stumbling out of the darkness near him is this horrifying, kind of shambling creature carrying a battle axe.
Battle axe or great axe?
Great axe?
I think you said great
I said
axe.
great axe the first time, right? It is It is in fact carrying a battle axe. I'm sorry, carrying this ancient battle axe in his hands, or in its hands. And I'll pull up an image so you can see what you're looking at here.
Okay. Well, I will... and it looks like Kolok is aware of this situation.
Oh yeah, he's looking up at this
Okay.
creature. He's already got his great sword in his hands,
Great.
and he's looking up at this creature that's coming out of the darkness. He's not unaware of it.
Then I will spend a key point for Step of the Wind.
Okay.
I will bonus action dash, so I can get up with Kolok. And can I? If I'm like next to Kolok, is that in melee?
Yeah. If you
Okay.
move next to Kolok, you will be in melee. Yes.
Great. Then I'll just get up next to Kolok and hit this thing with a couple of strikes.
Go for it.
He's one ugly bastard.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that was disadvantage there for some reason. So we'll just take that. So looks like a 20 and a 9.
Okay. The 20 hits. And
Okay, I will.
Go ahead.
I'll use my psionic die to replace the damage, so it'll take 11 bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
You picked Psionic, the wild talent. Love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, the entire party is psionic now.
I'm converting
It's funny.
everyone.
It's funny because it's funny that you say that because I was actually about taking.
It's really effective. It's really effective because you get a +1 to a stat and a pretty cool ongoing benefit
Until
related to the stat, so it's
scientifically
great.
It is great.
proven otherwise, anyone who takes wild talent, Lucy is going to assume that they're a ghost. Until she is proven otherwise.
To be
Until it
fair,
happens.
she already thinks most people are ghosts.
Yes,
So
so now
much of a
that's
change.
the confirmed one.
And that is Ty's turn.
Okay, Ty, as you slam your fist into this creature, bones snap and shatter, these dry, brittle bones, and it seems your strikes seem incredibly effective against it.
Aha.
The creature attacks back, and Sentry, as you hear the sounds of combat off in the direction that Kolok and Ty have gone to, something lurches out of the darkness beside you, one of these creatures, and attacks you with its battle axe. So I'm going to make an attack against Ty and another attack against Sentry. They get multiple attacks. Ty, the first strike is a critical hit, and it is wielding its...
Is he within my reach if he does that?
Yes.
I will go ahead and attack him. I'm not raging, but
Sure, go ahead and attack.
boom. Boom.
Wow. You do hit for the 14 points of damage with your greatsword. Does your reaction go off as it makes the attack? Would they be simultaneous?
It has to make the attack first before
Okay.
I actually attack it. But
All right. So here is exactly what happens. Ty, this thing hits you with this battle axe right in a way that is just this vital strike that hurts incredibly bad. It's 15 points of damage from the critical hit. But as soon as it hits you, Kolok steps in out of nowhere, slamming his greatsword through the creature and felling it in one single swipe. It does not get its second attack off. Sentry, on the opposite side of the room, you are attacked twice by one of these battle axes, and in spite of the fact that it stumbled out of the darkness for you, the first attack just just kind of like glides off of your armor as it hits you, just sending sparks into the dark room. And then with this, as the second strike approaches, you're able to kind of put your torch up and block the second attack with your torch, and you see this hideous visage in front of you.
So all right. Can I let go of the torch and have it still be in the battle axe?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and let go of that.
Yeah, it's just hanging on the battle axe's blade.
I'm going to hold the longsword in both hands.
Okay.
And we're going to make this guy regret his life choices.
Okay.
Those should be D... Oh, yep, those are... Yep.
All right, you slash with your long sword. The first attack penetrating the defenses of this creature, dealing the 7 points of damage. The second one, as you swing down with another strike, he blocks with his battle axe, and as he does, it unjars the torch that is stuck to the blade as he blocks with his battle axe, and it goes skittering across the floor, and now you are standing in darkness facing this creature. Lucy, as the torch comes like rolling along the floor, it lands directly at your feet, and you go from watching Sentry battle this creature in front of you to standing in the light of this torch and looking out into the darkness around you.
Great. I'm guessing I can't see much.
If you don't have dark vision, you can see 20 feet within the 20-foot radius of the torch, and then another 20 feet is dim light out beyond it.
And what can I see within that?
You see the pillars on either side of you, Orica standing right behind you next to Talus, and Floor in every direction. You can hear the sounds of battles. Oh, you can see.
I've got a torch with me, so she should
yes,
be able
you
to
can
see
Ty.
me and Kolak.
You can see Ty about. I'm gonna say Ty is about 60 feet away from you, with his torch, and another one of these creatures has just fallen as Kolak just splits it in two with his greatsword.
And how far is Sentry from me? Do I have any idea?
I'm going to say Sentry is ahead of you just beyond the light of the torch. That's where he was last time. If you go straight forward, you'll start to see him.
Would I be able to reach him just by movement?
If you... if you rush forward, you would reach him with your first movement. I'll say, yeah, that's... actually, no. He would be outside of 40 feet, because you can't see him in the darkness, so he would be beyond a 40-foot radius.
Okay, but I knew where he was before the torch.
You did. So you can run in his direction, but you would have to dash to get to him.
Okay, I mean, is picking up the torch a bonus action?
No, it's just part of your movement. You can pick it up as part of your movement.
I'll pick up the torch and do my movement, and by that point, can I see?
As soon as you move your movement, you can see him and the back wall and the enemy standing there. Even though you're not within melee range, you're definitely in range of being able to do the things that you normally do.
Okay, then I will magic missile the creature.
Okay, roll your damage. 13 damage. Your magic missiles slam into it, and you see like dust and bone, like brittle pieces of bone, like explode off of this creature's body as each of the missiles slam into it, and like half of its body is broken off. One of its arms is just hanging limply off the creature, and it turns its lifeless gaze in your direction.
Sorry, Talus. I broke the bones. I didn't preserve the bones.
Why does no one listen when I ask you not to break the bones?
They looked sturdier than they were. And then, as my bonus action, I'm going to try to shove them.
Sure. Alright, DC 14 strength, correct? Yeah.
Yep.
It succeeds.
That's my turn then.
Kolak.
So, I killed the one that was attacking Ty.
Yes.
Are there more in our immediate vicinity?
Just beyond the... yes, you see that there are more coming out of the darkness into the torchlight in your direction. There's at least 2 more within 30 feet of you.
Okay. Are they together, or are they like coming in from different areas?
They're not standing like right next to each other, but they're coming from the same direction. They're coming back from where you saw those like sarcophagi in the room.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to head over to where they're coming out of. If I can get there within a movement.
You can. Yes. They're within 30 feet of you, so you can get to them.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start raging. I'm going to go ahead and also elongate my jaws whilst I do so. And I'm going to go ahead and attack one of them. Best I can here.
Okay.
So it's gonna. We'll go ahead and reckless. Why not? Just to make sure. There we go. Damn.
All right.
Damn. Wait a minute. Okay. So. Does that 17 just straight up kill one?
It doesn't. No. It has more than that. Remember, Ty hit it with 11 points of bludgeoning damage, and that was super effective. And then you hit the same creature with the 14 from your strike.
So, yeah, I think between those two, it should probably kill one of them.
Yes, you rush forward and make 2 greatsword attacks on the creature, and it just collapses under the weight of your attacks.
They're coming from the hallway.
As you move 30 feet forward towards these things, you see that there are more shambling from behind them as well. Talus, it's your action.
Okay, so so there are more coming from the direction of the sarcophagi, right?
Yes.
How many with like my dark vision? What am I seeing around me right now?
You see where Kolok has like rushed back in your direction. And he's fighting 2 of them on your left, and there are like 2 more that are moving up towards him on that side of you, and then on the right, you can see that there's at least one like pushing its way out of one of these sarcophagi at this very moment.
Okay. I'm going to on the clumps of this. So there are 2 clumps of 2, and then 1 rising out of the sarcophagus.
Correct.
Okay, so on the clump of 2 that has been less damaged so far.
There are 2 that are undamaged right now.
Okay. So just whichever one's closest to Talus.
Okay.
He's going to cast Fairy Fire.
Okay. Sure.
So they have to make dexterity saving throws.
Yes, they do.
As he says that, he will say, "If you have the ability to reason, then surrender. If you do not, then I hope you rest well."
They begin to glow with the fairy light that falls over them, making their presence known in the darkness. Kolok, you see these creatures. You just felled one, there's another one that is, coming in your direction that you're right near, and then beyond him are the 2 that you saw on the edge of your dark vision, and now they are glowing with a faint fairy light.
Yes, now there's a little bit more light in the room. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Ty, before you take your action, you hear Orica speak out, calling out, "Rest, ye dead, warriors of Morrigan!" And her holy symbol lights up, and all of the undead in the room begin to cower away from her in fear. She uses her turn undead.
It wouldn't affect me, would it?
What's that? No, it does not affect you. You are safe and sound inside of a body.
A meat shield in the most literal sense.
Okay. Well, since Kolak is headed back kind of closer towards the main group, I will follow him. And there's one more of the creatures near him.
Yeah, as soon as you move forward,
Okay.
holding that torch, you see it. You see it light up around, like right next to Kolak.
Yeah. And it's also fairy fired.
That one is not fairy fired.
That
there
one
are
is
two.
not.
Yeah,
Okay.
there are two beyond
Right.
that one that are.
You should be able to, at the very least, maneuver around it so that you would be able to get advantage
Yeah,
of it.
I'll get a flank with Kolak there on that
Sure.
one that's close to him and bludgeon it.
Okay.
That should be a couple hits.
That is definitely a couple of hits, and as you start pummeling it with your fist, it just shatters into bone dust and falls to the ground, its axe clattering as it hits the floor.
Okay. Then I think I'll just sort of be done there. I don't want to be... I'll move in so I'm more with the group so I'm not going to get caught out and surrounded, but if Orica is kind of turning them, I'll just get a little bit closer and kind of regroup with everybody.
Okay. They have no choice but to move as far away from Orica as possible on their turn. So the two that are fairy fired start moving away from Kolak. You see them starting to back into one of the corners of the room in the direction that you guys had come from, where the door was, as far back as they can away from Orica. Sentry, the one that's next to you, begins to just... It takes the dodge action and then starts backing away from it. Did you... No, you did strike. That's right. And it starts backing away towards one of the corners of the room.
Reaction attack.
Do you have Sentinel yet?
Oh, it takes disengage?
Yes, I'm sorry. It takes disengage. It disengages and starts
Okay.
moving back.
Got it. All right.
My
Never mind
apologies.
then.
It
Nope,
is your
no worries.
action.
All right. Awesome. Sentry puts his sword. I put my sword away. Using my bonus action to summon my greatsword into my hand, as the orb inside the cross guard begins to glow bright white, and I cast protection from evil and good on myself. Powdered iron within like the pockets on the actual blade itself begin to dissolve away as a sort of shimmering sheen of reflective energy covers my body, and I move towards the abomination.
Sure.
You know, not all dead are evil. It's very presumptuous of you.
It's protection from evil and good. So,
Yeah, that's true. Lucy?
Something happened. Give me just a second.
Okay. Lucy, what are you doing on your action?
Are there any creatures within range that I can try to beat up?
There are... How far is your range, by the way?
My range of what? I mean,
Well,
of
what...
different spells.
Right, it depends on what you're planning to cast. I will tell you
I
what's
was
in
kind
range.
of hoping to get to use Shadow Blade, because then I'd have advantage since we're in the dark.
Yes, and Shadowblade has a distance of what? What is the range on Shadowblade?
Well, it can be thrown 20 with a range of 20-60. Otherwise, it's like a sword that I summon.
Okay, you can move. You can move in the direction of the one that backed away from Sentry, and you'll be able to throw your Shadowblade at that. Or
Yeah, that sounds fun. I'm gonna
Okay.
do that.
Go for
So
it.
I'll summon it as my bonus action.
All right.
And then I'll chuck it out.
Sure. Make the attack roll. That will hit as you toss the Shadowblade and deal 7 psychic damage to the creature. and it kind of gets hit with this shadow blade. Let me just double check something here. Yeah, it gets hit with the shadow blade and slams back against the far wall and falls to the ground in front of Sentry after he's moved up to the creature, gotten ready to strike.
And look, Sentry, I have a sword too now.
It's an excellent weapon. I'm very proud of you, Lucy.
Aw, thanks.
Kolak?
I'll go ahead and pursue the ones that are running away.
The glowing ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, down the ones that were coming up down the hallway, but then now are like retreating back the hallway.
Yeah, you can reach them with your movement.
Oh, okay. And they are fairy fire, if I remember correctly.
They are. You have advantage to hit them. That is a critical hit.
Oh!
Alright, so that's minimum damage on the roll, but it's still 20.
Well, yep, it's going to be base weapon damage, like max base weapon damage for the strike plus the 2d6 roll. So it's actually going to be.
See, I already put it. It rolls 12.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Understood.
Yeah, so the extra 2d6 were 1 and 1.
That sucks. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it you deal 20 damage to the creature as you slam the first blow into it. It has not fallen.
It's got either it's resistant to slashing damage or it's just vulnerable to blunt or something like that. But does a 14 hit it?
A 14 does not. Your second strike, it gets its shield in the way of your blow.
Okay.
Talus. And now it is it no longer frightened, if I remember correctly, from turn undead, if it takes damage?
I believe that's how it works. If they take damage, then they're no longer frightened. Or yeah.
Okay, well in that case, that takes out a convenient target for me. Talus is going to send out a chill touch at the one that Kolak just hit.
Alright.
Nice.
That will hit, for sure. The Kolak, you watch as a ghostly hand wraps itself around the throat of this creature that you just slashed, and as the necrotic hand tightens around its bony neck, its head kind of pops off of the bone neck, rolls to the ground, and the creature falls into a pile of bone.
And that is how you do it without damaging the bones. I keep trying to tell you people.
You're gonna need to give me a tutorial on bone preservation.
I know you have that answer. Don't you bullshit.
Ty?
Are there any hostiles within 40 feet of me?
Yes, there are. There's the one right next to Kolak that's still glowing from fairy fire. There's one more there.
Okay. There's one more there, then I will go pummel it.
Okay.
Is it still up?
The first strike hits. The second one misses. And yes, it's still up. This is the first damage it's taken is the 12 from your bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Then I will spend a key point and flurry for 2 more.
Go ahead. Those
Hey, there we go.
both hit, and you beat it into bone dust once more. If it, you just kind of take it down to the ground.
Great. Then I'm done.
Let's see. The final creature, Talus, that you saw climbing out of one of the sarcophagi to your right, it shambles up out of it, and it begins to speak in a dry, raspy tone. It has been taken.
We will return it.
If it is not returned, more will rise.
I actually have some questions about that. How old is this enchantment exactly?
It doesn't say anything.
No, not okay. Well, we'll return it, and then you can all go back to napping, and I will just study you while you sleep. How does that sound?
It must be returned. And it starts to...
On the slam.
It starts moving towards you, Talus. Slowly shambling in your direction.
Oh, well, now wait a minute. I don't actually have it. I don't even know what it is. I figured you'd give us like a few days or something.
Can you please make a wisdom save?
Sure thing. Not my strong suit.
That's an
Is
8.
Talus within range for me to yell into his brain?
I think so.
Oof. Hell yeah.
So is that a 16 now?
That is
Hey,
a
Talus,
16.
do better! I know you. That's not your best.
Talus, as you glare into the empty eye sockets of this dry, shambling, ancient warrior before you, you feel a fear begin to crawl up from the pit of your stomach, and suddenly Lucy's voice explodes into your mind, breaking you from the terrifying gaze of this creature, and you realize it's just more bones.
Well, if you're going to be like that, then just going to take your bones and make a better one.
Sentry, it's
Alright, how far away is this sucker?
it is 40 feet from you, and you can't see it because it's dark. You heard it, but you can't see it. It's 40 feet back in the direction you had come from, deeper in the room.
Very well. I'm gonna mind speak to Lucy as I use my full head in her direction.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask her if she can give me some light.
I mean, yeah, I have this torch. Do you want me to throw it at you?
No, I just need you to.
You can see where
Because
Lucy
would-
is. You can see where Lucy
see
is.
Okay.
Okay. This thing is not
would I
next to
be-
Lucy.
Realistically, would I have been able to hear it talk?
Yeah, you could have heard it talk.
Okay, cool. Sentry asks, Lucy, what was that?
Lucy, you can't see it either. It's beyond the scope of your
I don't know
torch.
either. I just know that it was bugging Talus.
Okay. Do you know where Talus is?
Yeah, vaguely. He's that way.
She points behind her.
Alright.
That way.
I'm going to... I need you to throw it in his direction.
I do my best football toss.
Talus, out of nowhere, Lucy throws a torch at you.
It's like,
Should I make like a dexterity save or?
Yeah, just
Talus is not ready for that.
no, make a dex save.
if that doesn't work, can I yell into his mind again to be like, duck?
You
That
Talus,
might be wise.
Lucy throws this torch in your direction, and it is hurtling right towards you. She had no idea who she was... she knew your general direction, but she certainly didn't know exactly where you were standing in the darkness.
And I'm going to Sentry grasps his greatsword in both hands and says to Lucy, "Throw me."
Okay. Sure.
And I'm gonna ready my attack action for when Lucy throws me within melee range.
Okay, Talus, this torch comes flying out of the darkness and, like, bounces off of your arm as you try to get out of the way, and you take 2 points of fire damage as it hits you in the arm and then rolls to the floor at your feet.
Well, I mean, of anybody to hit with
Look.
fire damage, so it'd be 1 damage, right?
That is true.
Yes.
Have resistance.
And Sentry, you can now see in the kind of the dim light of the torch that just about 15 feet from Talus is this dry wrapped husk of a humanoid that is moving towards him.
Towards the abomination, Lucy.
Alrighty.
All right, Lucy, make or Sentry, you're automatically failing the roll, correct?
Yeah, she just needs to roll for how... I moved my full 30,
Right.
which would put me 25 feet away.
Okay, go ahead, Lucy. Roll your
Okay,
telekinetic
she's,
shove.
like warming up her hands. She doesn't know how any of this works, but she's going.
Oh, God.
Yes! That puts me next to him!
Yes, it does. You go flying through the air.
Ah, just like both hands over my head.
Oh my God.
Right, just, boom!
Go ahead and roll your attack.
Woohoo! And, 2 attacks, or can I make it a booming blade?
It is a reaction that you're using, so it is a single attack. It is whatever you readied.
Wow!
Yeah, you hit.
And, hold up. Ah, that's alright. 11 damage.
Okay. You deal 11 damage to this creature as you slam down next to it onto the ground, bringing the full force of your greatsword into it. Nice. Kolak. Across the room, you
I
hear...
think it's still Lucy's turn. She's still got more action,
Oh,
right?
you do. You have an action,
Yeah.
Lucy.
And how far away am I from this creature?
I'm gonna say, if you move towards it, you will be able to throw your shadow blade at it. You're close enough
Well,
to do
wouldn't I
that.
have to resummon it, which is a bonus action?
You would have to resummon it as a bonus action. Yes.
In that case, I'll just move as and just magic missile it.
Okay, that's fine. You can do that. Alright, you slam into it with Magic Missile, and it begins to break and crack and crumble in several different places.
Talus is just
Sorry,
quietly,
Talus. I don't know how to control these things.
quietly consoling himself. Just you can hear vaguely. Bone dust is still pretty good. I mean, it's an ingredient in something.
I'll buy you a bone when we get back to town.
I can do something with it. It's fine.
Kolak, it is your action. It is like across the room from you, so you would have to dash to get to it. I will tell you that.
Okay. Is it the last one that we see?
It is the last thing that anyone is looking at.
All right. Well, I'll still dash over to it.
Okay.
I mean, my dash is 80 feet, so.
Nice. Oh, yeah, it is 80 feet. Yeah, you don't have to use all of that 80 feet to get to it, but you dash over to it, and you and Sentry are now standing like across from each other with this thing in between you. Talus?
That's the
Things
noise
will
you hear.
experience some very negative feelings.
Yes.
All right. So what's the situation around now?
Kolok and Sentry are basically flanking this mummy-like creature before you.
Okay. Are there any other?
No other undead in the room that are
Okay.
that you can see.
In that case, Talus is just gonna try to steal the kill from under them with a real quick chill touch.
Go for it.
Nope.
No, that is not going to
today.
succeed.
No kill stealing today.
But he is gonna bop. He's gonna give Ty actually a inspiration.
Okay. Ty, you are also across the room from this creature.
Okay, well, I will move, then key point, step of the wind if necessary to get adjacent to it.
Sure. You still
And am I
have
gonna
your... I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, can I get a flank with
Yeah, absolutely.
Kolok or Sentry there?
Yes,
Great.
you can.
Great.
You kind of are like
then
around this thing at 3 points.
Yeah, perfect. Then let's give him a little 1-2 here. That's 1
Nice.
and 2.
Yeah.
And the second one, and I will do 6 damage instead of 5
Okay.
on the second attack.
Sure. This thing is not breaking apart the way that the other ones did. It's a bit more... It's dried, and it's like a dried husk-like form, but it is not just bones that are kind of latticed together through necromancy. This is a more solid form. Orca walks up and draws that two-handed blade she has. Again, it's hanging in a scabbard at her hip, but as she draws it, it's like pulling a greatsword out of a bag of holding, is what it looks like.
Dope. I love it.
And the blade shimmers, and she makes an attack against this this mummy and shoves the blade into it. And it begins to stumble backwards just a step or two as the blade penetrates this creature. And she withdraws it from it and stands at the ready. You can see that she has the stance and form of a seasoned warrior as she stands surrounding this thing with the rest of you. The mummy is going to attack the giant metal thing that flew towards it.
Disadvantage, baby. All undead attacking me for the next minute get disadvantage.
Oh, that's
Love
true.
that shit.
First things first. Oh, you can't be frightened by it either, so its glare has no effect on you. And it misses you with both of its rotting strikes.
And I don't even think it bestows a
on my attack too.
It bestows supernatural disease, right?
What's that?
I'm just asking. It gives diseases when it hits you, right?
Yeah,
I'm immune to that too.
I know. It's... Hey, Kolok, when a creature that you are standing next to attacks someone that is not you, don't you get to make an attack on it with your reaction?
You can look
He
at
did
it.
it.
You roll a 10.
Oh my god. Sentry,
Alrighty.
it's your action.
We're gonna do full attack.
Go for it.
21,
Hits.
22,
Hits.
action surge,
Hits.
20,
Miss.
10, and I'm gonna inspiration to re-roll that. 19.
You hit it 4 times.
All right, let's see. I get to re-roll 1 of those dice. and it turns a 2 into a 6.
Jesus.
So that's 28, 40, 51, 63 damage.
You you remove each limb from this corpse one piece at a time with your strikes.
Kolak, what was that?
You're muted, Alex.
You're muted, bro.
Oh, sorry. It's 53 damage from what I'm able to see.
Regardless,
That's still-
ridiculous.
there's yeah, 53. I must have missed one. Sorry, my bad.
As the corpse falls, you like take out one leg and take out an arm, and then take out the other arm and take out the leg, and as it kind of crumples to the ground, the creature hits the ground and explodes into just this huge cloud of dust and ash, and as it does, you hear its raspy voice echo out one last time. It must be returned. And it kind of echoes through the entire chamber as the dust settles. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Nice.
Get it,
Oh my god.
Hello, everyone. We're back. Inside the crypt, down beneath the fortress in the town of Ridgefort, you have slain the guardians of whatever artifact had been lying here prior to the attack on the town. Orga has sheathed the blade in the sheath that should not sheath it, and looks down with her arms crossed at the broken creature before you. The rest of you are still standing in the crypt, breathing in the musty, dust-filled air.
Now,
Okay,
there
I feel
was
like-
some broken wall area, like some rubble.
There was.
I'd like to look at that.
Okay.
I think we've got a decent idea as to what happened here.
I grabbed the torch off the ground.
I think
Epically.
Leaving the
that we
greatsword.
should up the security in here because those guys were easy, and Sentry took out that last one like nobody's business. But the guys who stole the thing took out Sentry like it was nobody's business. I think we need improvements. Anyway,
Lucy, your criticism is fair but harsh.
I mean, you cut him up though.
I don't think that's the end of the security. Remember what the one thing said. Until the artifact is replaced, they're just gonna keep coming back.
They should come back faster. I don't feel threatened at all right now.
But we're gonna have to leave if we're gonna retrieve it, and the townspeople can't defend themselves as well as we can.
Talus is just picking through the debris to find. He's like scooping bone dust into little pouches. He's finding any bones that are whole enough to be part of a full skeleton. He's just gathering bits.
Of course he
Lucy
is.
picks up a bone and she's like, "Hey, you want a bone? You want a bone?"
Obviously, I want the bone. What are you talking about?
She tosses the bone.
He chases after the bone. His familiar also chases after his bone.
Yes. The spirit of your dogs fills you, and you chase the bone with abandon as it goes rolling across the floor. You are one with your pack. Ty, you go over to this rubble, and as you peer around amongst it with your torch, you see that there is a tunnel dug into the wall of this crypt. But more so, you can see further into the tunnel that there is dim light coming from some kind of flickering source.
Hey guys, there's a tunnel and some kind of light down here.
Light from underground? That's not possible.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious what happened. Hobgoblins dug a tunnel down into here, broke in, stole the artifact, left through that tunnel.
That seems a fair assessment.
The flickering light that you see, Ty, it's far from where you're standing. Like, it's in the distance, in the dark.
So, it would have taken a really long time, even for trained sappers, to dig a tunnel like this. They couldn't have done it just while the fighting was happening. Like, they were only here for, like, a day. Like, they couldn't have dug this far. I'm wondering if the mining company was working with them and was digging this tunnel, and maybe the madness was the miners broke the seal on this tomb and got cursed, or there were just people from the raiding party had been infiltrating for a long time, because it just seems odd. Or they have some kind of really fast burrowing creature that was working with them.
Where are those miners, by the way? I wanted to take another look at them. You know?
They died in the attack.
You seem wise beyond your years, young one.
They died? How long ago?
During the attack.
Okay, that's too long ago. I can't fix that one yet. I don't have enough diamonds for it.
Well, why would the miners be working with the hobgoblins?
They
Well,
might
for
not
the
know.
for the mine. Remember, the mining company belongs to the city that seems to have hired these hobgoblins in the first place.
Not hired the hobgoblins. We're getting a little lost in the weeds here. The hobgoblins didn't even know that they were working alongside the soldiers dressed as bandits.
They knew they were working with someone because the messages in their camp said the other camp was already set up. They just didn't know who it was.
The human soldiers, just a reminder, the human soldiers didn't know that they were working with the hobgoblins.
Yeah, but the hobgoblins seemed to... It's actually... I guess it's not clear if the hobgoblins knew who the other camp was, but the messages at the hobgoblin camp indicated that they did know about a second camp.
That is correct.
Because of the dissemination of information, it doesn't matter who knew who was working with whom. It seems that the orchestrator behind this whole endeavor is in some way linked to
That's
to
the more
the
important-
city
Redford?
Reddenburg.
Reddenburg. That's it.
I really
Reddenburg
think
is
we
the-
have to go to Reddenburg if we're going to get more information as to what's going on.
I believe so as well. For now, is there any way that we have to seal up this tunnel?
I can seal up tunnels.
We'll have to seal up both this cave that's been created as well as our own entrance. Otherwise, the undead will come back and start trying to attack the townspeople.
I think we should see where the tunnel goes.
That does
Very
seem
well.
perhaps wise.
I also could use maybe a little healing.
Talus, immediately upon hearing that, just pops you with a healing word.
Great.
That is 9.
Thank you.
As this conversation carries on, the shimmering field around his body dissipates and vanishes.
Orca has been kneeling down, examining the corpse of the mummy more closely, and she pulls a piece of jewelry off the neck, like she rips a necklace off of the corpse of the mummy.
Is grave robbing typical of followers of Morgan?
I hope so, because that's like my general MO. I don't know about you all.
I love how he just openly admits that shit. Like, yeah, I robbed graves.
I grave rob
Is that
literally
bad
all
here
the time.
too?
In fact, it's my main occupation.
The
Fiona-
last people I lived with didn't like it much either.
Fiona, stop!
I was hoping.
I can only give you so much inspiration, man.
Yeah. Sentry replies to that statement with, no, it's just a... Humans seem to have a reverence around their dead.
Yeah, so I don't get why they don't want to look at them. Seems weird.
Reverence aside, battlefields are strewn with dead bodies all the time, all of which have useful things on them that you need to use in order to actually continue with any sort of battling in war. So, anything useful bodies is not exactly a problem when it comes to Morgan.
Very well. Consider me educated.
Orica hasn't responded. She's just let you guys talk as you asked that question, and everyone seemed to respond. She tucks the pendant into her belt and turns to you, to all of you. According to the sacred text that I have, the thing that was stolen is a spear.
I don't think we're going to be able to get it back soon.
Nor do
Sound
I.
of things, it's something that the army itself came to get, which means it's probably an incredibly powerful thing.
Do we have any knowledge of the name of the spear or what its abilities may be?
It is the blood-stained spear of Morrigan.
If it's important, why didn't they clean it?
It's symbolic, Lucy.
Oh, okay.
I think they might have just been lazy. It's okay, Lucy.
I'm glad someone's in my corner.
I am going to...
Sentry starts heading down the tunnel.
Okay. Orica sees Sentry go down the tunnel, and she looks to Ty.
Okay.
You have suggested that we should explore what is down the other end of this tunnel, and I agree with you. However, I want to find out more about what they have taken. I'm going to go and take my leave. Look up the old tomes. If you, And I think that Kolak is right that this room needs to be sealed. But your Sentry is not wrong. You are wise beyond your years. Keep them from doing anything foolish.
Talus is still
Maybe.
picking up miscellaneous bones.
Meanwhile,
from the ground.
Lucy's just playing with dumb magic in her hand.
And she looks to Kolak. Kolak, as a servant of Morgan, I leave this task in your capable hands. Resealing the room is upon you.
Great. Not much of a digger, but I suppose I'll give it a shot.
Employ who you must. And she walks over to you, and she pulls... I owed you this all for your work so far anyway. But there's extra for you. And she pulls out 2 pouches of gold, and she holds them out to you, Kolak.
I'll go ahead and see what all's in there.
They're...
You put your hands on her 2 huge
Bag.
sacks of gold.
I give up. No, there's enough gold to cover the previous job you did, and a little extra on top of it. A little too much to count, just sitting here counting it.
So much to count, and it won't fit in one bag?
I can count.
Her mind's
I've
looking
got a 10 intelligence on average.
You can count, but you would, there's a lot of coin here, that's
It
all.
would take a while.
I'll
more than
count
I
later.
can count. I don't think I can count that. That's a lot. Oh my god.
I'm just going to say this now. If you all would like to not die, we should put at least a few of that towards diamonds. I've been doing my research into bringing people back from the dead, and it costs so much money.
Listen, we'll count it all and split it all as soon as we have a little bit more time. Right now, I want to focus on sealing this place, and then we'll go out the tunnel that the Hobgoblins came in through. Lucy,
That sounds good.
Yes.
you can throw things with your brain, right?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Try and seal up the entranceway that we came through. Just grab rocks, toss them on top.
The door swung open easily when you pushed it. You could probably just close it behind her, Orica.
I suppose. Then there's
That's
I don't
not
know. 'Cause,
nearly
like,
as
is
fun.
it? I don't know if it's one of those doors. Like once you unlock it, it's unlocked. So
Well, yeah, that's true. You also don't know that. I'm just saying it's still there. It's not like the door disappeared.
I'll try closing the door first, and then see if I can just like easily open it up, or if it's like sealed again.
Well, you push the door closed. from behind, and there's no handle on this side. It's just kind of closed. But if you like dig your claws in, it's not locked right now. It's just closed.
All right. Lucy, just start piling stuff in front of it.
Okay. She tries really hard with her brain, and she's like, these things aren't alive. I don't think it's gonna work. But I have arms that I can use to put things in front of the door.
Well, I think it's important to consider that whoever made the other tunnel may have collapsed it at some point, preventing anyone from following them. So maybe we don't want to pile rocks in front of this door yet. We might need to use it to get out.
Possibly, but it's already openable. Just getting stuff in front of it's fine. Besides, light was showing on in the other side of the tunnel. Pretty sure that means they didn't seal it, or at the very least, if they did, they didn't do so well.
Plus,
Okay.
I'm really good at digging with magic. Again, I do grave robbery all the time.
You seem
Where do you
weirdly
think
proud
I get
of
all
that.
these bones? I thought this was like common knowledge.
I mean, I eat people, and I don't talk about it as often as you talk about grave robbing.
I don't know.
So what's Sentry see now that he's been walking this entire time?
Yeah, that's true. You've been in the tunnel this whole time. You're moving towards that flickering light, and once it starts coming into view, like the closer you move towards, the more and more you realize that it is an oil lamp that is hanging on a wooden beam further into the tunnel.
I take the lamp.
Quick question before Talus follows into the tunnel.
Sure.
Are any of the undead skeletons anywhere around, like, intact?
Yeah, at least one of them is.
Okay. Then Talus is going to say, wait, I just want to they've been reanimated before, and he will cast Animate Dead. And I now have a skeleton.
Yes, you do.
And Talus looks extremely proud of himself.
Yep. The skeleton rises up.
No, this one is mine. Don't attack this one. Please.
Okay.
This is my friend.
What's his name?
His name is Mjolnir.
Cool.
He's a skeleton. I don't know how to make him play instruments yet, but I'll figure it out.
Soon he's gonna
It's a
have.
work in progress.
Soon he's gonna have
and then
Talus
he's
and the
gonna
Grateful
follow
Dead.
Sentry.
All right.
And then he's gonna follow Sentry into the tunnel with his new skeleton.
I'll might throw and hand throw some objects in front of the door and then go follow.
Okay.
Sentry pulls the lamp off.
Does the tunnel continue?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
It continues forward.
He's gonna go ahead and sit on the ground, using the lantern to guide his way down the tunnel.
Okay. You guys move into the tunnel behind him, and you can see now, Ty, and that flickering light that you had seen earlier is now bobbing its way further into the hole in front of you. And eventually you make it to that same kind of wooden archway in here, and this is definitely done in, well, if any of you think that you have any semblance of what a mining tunnel would look like, this is what it would look like. Sentry, you eventually come to the collapsed end of a tunnel. Just a pile of stone is left at this end. Eventually the rest of you follow up behind him and just see this metal man holding up this lantern, looking at a pile of stone and dirt and broken beams where this tunnel's mouth used to be.
Broken beams. Yeah, they've been working on this for a while.
So rude. They knew that people were gonna get hurt. You're okay with that?
I feel as though it is imperative we others.
Imperative that you what?
Reach the other side of this collapse.
Leaf. Should I just dig it, or do you want to reinforce the ceiling anymore? Or I don't want to cause a bigger collapse.
At the very least, Talus, you're capable of moving Earth, correct?
I am.
Can you create a hole large enough for you to peer through?
Sure. I can make a
If you can make it peerable, I could maybe teleport through it. I don't know if that would help.
So okay, I will begin and make a small hole then. And Talus will use molder to kind of drill a little, not the full 5 foot cube, just enough to look through, and see if he can get it through to the other side.
You start boring a hole in this thing, and as you move some of the dirt out of the way, you move a couple of feet of the dirt out of the way to start trying to make a hole, and as you do, more of the dirt and stone just starts to collapse into the hole that you're making. This is not solid stone. This is loose stone and dirt that has fallen from the ceiling of this cave. It has been purposely collapsed. And so you start shifting dirt out of the way, and the more you're digging, the more is kind of falling down from above you, and you can feel dirt and clumps of the ceiling start to fall and hit you on the shoulders and head as you move as it starts to become unsettled by your shifting of it.
Yeah, okay, I think we're going to need a little more infrastructure for this. It's actually a lot harder than just digging things up from under the ground. I thought it would be the same.
Yeah, we could just tell the priestess and maybe she could get some miners to come look at this. But it seems blocked for now.
Well, if it's
I don't
blocked,
think
it's probably
whoever-
for the best.
Yeah. Sentry nods in agreement, saying, I believe that, for the time being, that whoever created this tunnel both had no intentions of returning or in being followed.
Well,
For now, I think it's best we return to the keep.
As your local warforged, I would like to state the obvious. They blocked this tunnel on purpose.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, yeah.
Yep.
should I collapse it more, or should I just leave it? What do you want me to do here?
I think we can just leave it.
Okay.
Remember, you're at least 60 feet below the keep at this point, because that's how far down I told Talus that he sensed the undead earlier. So you're 60 feet underground. Okay. What are you doing from here?
Sentry doesn't feel like taking another 100 underground, so he's fine with leaving.
Okay. So where are you headed? What are you doing?
I guess we just head back up.
Yeah, we'll head back out the way we came, reopen that, and then close it as we leave, and then just kind of probably put things in front of it.
Okay.
And maybe we should investigate the mine we could see if the mine foreman is still in town, and maybe go to the mine and explore, and maybe find the other end and see if there's any clues there.
We have a hobgoblin captain who's been abandoned by his fellows. I think there's an angle there that we can pursue.
I'm not entirely certain if he actually knows anything. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. They seem to keep information on a need-to-know basis.
And they didn't seem too interested about taking him with them.
That's true. But we won't know unless we ask.
You said the cursed miners, they were dead, yes?
Well, I think they're dead. I went to the house where they were staying. I saw that it burned down during the raid, and I did find some burned bodies there. I guess it's possible it wasn't them, but unlikely. It was probably them. They just got left in there, and no one went to help them when they attacked.
So it was... they died of burning, and that does make things more difficult.
Are you keeping your skeleton around? Tell us as you go back up into the keep.
Oh yeah, the skeleton is just following Talus, and Talus is acting like this is a completely normal thing.
It's pretty cute.
It's just a whole skeleton.
You reemerge into the basement of the keep. The secret door sitting ajar as you come back up. You can shut it behind you easily and stack the boxes. And when you shut it, there is a click that makes it seem like it's probably secure in some way. You can restack the boxes in front of it. As you go up into the... in fact, I feel like Talus would just have his skeleton start stacking boxes behind you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Gotta earn their keep.
And you head back up into the main part of the keep. And when you get there, there are villagers moving in and out of it to head up into the kind of makeshift refugee camp on the floor above you. And one of them, seeing Talus walk in with this skeleton, this hideous skeleton that you guys had said, that guy's ugly when you looked at his image. As you guys walk in, at least one person is standing there and is carrying a box of some of their items, and it just jaw drops, box drops out of the hand, lands on the ground pottery shattering sound, and the woman next to that person looks up, sees the skeleton, and screams, and people are starting to panic.
It takes approximately 30 seconds Sentry to turn to Talus. I'm not sure that was a good idea.
What? Is there something... What's going on?
People are noticing skeletons.
People are staring at Kolok, Talus, and the skeleton, not sure what to make of this situation, and many of them are starting to freak out.
You need to give him a shirt that says, I'm with the good guys. And then they'll be alright.
Do you know any clothing stores that forms the skeletons?
I could try to minor illusion it. Would that help? I could give him a shirt. Yeah, he has to stand still. But...
I've been thinking about this, and I realize finding proper tailoring for my minions is going to be a little tricky.
I think it's interesting how quickly you have adapted to using the word minions.
What?
I will not lie, that is a tad worrisome.
What? He's just like a little guy.
Sentry looks at the panicking civilians and goes, "Fear not, citizens. We are here to help." And has to fight the urge to say, "Do not resist."
Alice just kind of calls out, "This is just Mjolnir. He's fine." And that is all the clarification he offers.
So, yeah, you shout that, and the dwarven sheriff comes marching in, trying to figure out what all the ruckus is about inside here, and Thelgrim looks around and sees the skeleton and immediately draws his axe, and is like, "Look out behind you! There's a fell creature!" And he starts charging forward.
Stop!
No.
He deserved that.
This one is mine.
He kind of like stops short, kicking up dust as he like tries to stop himself from charging. Ah!
This
What?
is my buddy.
Apparently Talus is capable of raising the dead.
Oh yeah, listen, I have seen a lot of death recently, and it has been very informative for my studies.
So, don't bother the skeleton. He's fine.
He's fine.
It's hideous, and
You've got a skeleton inside of you.
Okay, sure, he's a little rough around the edges, but I'll give him a makeover later, okay?
Oh, he's gonna be so pretty.
I recommend that you throw a cloak over that before you scare the shit out of the rest of the town.
I'll offer the skeleton my bright pink cloak, the same one that Sentry used a few sessions ago.
I think
skeleton-
we can get away with it just seeming like a really, really skinny person.
The skeleton accepts and dons the cloak.
The skeleton is now wearing a pink cloak.
Yes, its horrifying visage is just brought out more by the pink, especially the old bloodstains in its eyes.
I think it looks cute.
Aw, he pulls it off better than I do.
Better than I did.
Talus pats the skeleton on the head the same way he pats his dogs on the head.
Oh my god, the dogs. Will they eat him?
Grim, Talus's little, like, puppy familiar undead is gnawing a little bit at the leg bones.
Yes.
I don't like the idea of you having a skeleton walking around the town. I have to be honest.
I think we've earned ourselves a little bit of a right to do as we please. At
We've
least
earned one.
I'm
Pretty.
just telling you that the people here are already dealing with so much. I don't want them to fly into a panic.
Look, we're not
I
going to be
really
staying in
don't
town
see
much
what the
longer
problem
anyway.
is.
We've got stuff to do. Where'd the priestess head off to?
Orica went to the temple.
Right.
It's where
time
priestesses
is
go.
it?
In the day?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll say like 3 or 4 in the afternoon.
Okay.
'Cause-
Sentry's going to. I put on my apron and head into the keep to get dinner ready.
All right, you go do that. That's important work.
I am going to head to the temple and see what Orica's found out, if anything.
The sheriff has stowed his axe and is kind of like rubbing his face in futility and walking back out into the like waning sunlight of the day, and just kind of throws his hands into the air with this like "what's next" gesture.
Dallas, you might want to come with me with your skeleton.
Oh, okay. Come along, Mjolnir.
The less people freaked out by it, the better.
I was just going to go give him a quick cleanup, but this works.
Where are you headed, Kolak?
To the temple.
Okay.
Meet up with Orca.
And what are the rest of you doing while Century's cooking and Talus is following Kolak? Are you going along?
Yeah, I'll follow Kolok. I love gossiping with Orca. She's great. She's tons of fun.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
And I think Ty's gonna wander around the keep a little bit and just see what's up in the town in the aftermath here.
Sure. Okay.
And Central will be using this prep time to catalog stock of supplies, as well as confer with the sheriff as to the state of the refugees, and basically cook while conducting a logistics and inventory check and see how many people we lost exactly. Try to get a more accurate count.
Okay. All right. Ty, you move through the town. You move through the keep, and most people who are in the keep at this point are people who have lost their homes, but are, for the most part, safe and whole. Orica spent a lot of time over the course of the night using what healing she had to heal the wounded. So there's not a lot of wounded. They're either alive and whole or not at this point. The keep is very busy right now. There are a lot of people flowing into it who lost their homes. It looks like the townsfolk in the meantime of this day have gone to their homes, to what homes they have left and what's left of them, and have gathered what possessions they can and are bringing them here. Out in the courtyard of the keep, you see that there are men who are being put to work doing a proper repair of the sally port that had been broken into, as well as the sheriff is kind of directing people to pile up what supplies would be useful for feeding the people who are now in the keep. Outside of this fort itself, as you look out down the hill over the town, as I said before, there's plenty of destruction. No house has been really left untouched by it. Even the mill seems to be to be a little bit roughed up from the night before off in the distance, but you see that it is still whole and turning. There's still this kind of air of smoke that hovers over this broken village. And there are some places where people pick aimlessly through the rubble of their homes. Other places where men and women are starting to make repairs to the homes that are still intact. They've gathered what they could to start putting their life back together as best they can. The inn that you all had stayed at is standing in a way. Part of it has collapsed in on itself, but the structure is still there. And that's kind of the overview of the town that you see as you stand upon the hill there that looks down over everything.
Okay. Well, I'll help out. I'll spend the rest of the afternoon just helping out with whatever the odd jobs are around the keep.
Sure. One of the odd jobs, as you're looking around at the odd jobs and deciding what to do, one of those odd jobs, unfortunately, is there are a group of men going through town gathering the bodies of the dead to figure out who's alive and who they've lost, and kind of figure out what they're going to do with the fallen villagers.
I'll join that group.
Okay.
And ask around to see if anyone has seen the mine foreman alive or dead.
Okay. I will let you know the results of that. I'll switch over to what Kolak is doing. Kolak
Right,
and... No wrong. Kolak and Talus, you walk into the temple, and Orica is... and Lucy. And Orica is standing over the altar with, 3 or 4 books just kind of splayed out. She's like, when I say standing over it, she's like standing there, and both of her hands are like pressed against the top of the altar, and she's like literally leaning over these books.
Orga.
She looks up at you. Kolak.
Find anything out yet?
She points to one of the journals, and waves for you to come up to the altar.
I'll slither on up there.
Okay. As you guys gather around, she turns this large tome towards you, and there is a sketch there. The sketch is of a more detailed looking and very, very large spear, like the one on the holy symbol of Morrigan. The spear is stained red with blood, and from the like base of the head of the spear, there are 2 large red stained feathers tied.
Is this a spear worth talking about?
Yes. This is...
Any idea what it's capable of?
My research doesn't... These journals don't talk about what specifically it can do. There are legends here that anyone who carries the spear into battle is incapable of being defeated. And it is said to have been used in battle against everything from dragons to other creatures of legend that no longer exist. It is said that Morrigan herself brought the spear down in an effort to save all of Oradin as she came down from the heavens with her host.
Well, that's a lot of legends. Who knows how much of it is true? But
Let's hope none of it.
chances are good, at the very least, it is a powerful artifact, one way or another.
Yes. It's said that this spear, the head of the spear is made from adamantine, blessed by Morgan herself, and that it is tied with, well, the feathers of a solar.
Alright.
What is that?
A solar.
Sounds like an angel thing.
It is.
Oh, I don't know much about those.
A solar is a celestial being in the service to one of the gods.
Alice nods, kind of like, oh, I didn't know that.
It's, is that one of the skeletons from down in the crypt?
Oh, that's Mjolnir, yeah. Why?
It's docile.
Yes.
How long have you been able to do this, Talus?
Oh no, this is a very recent development.
I can't say I approve.
Oh, why not?
Not that Morgan cares, nor I, for that matter. The service of... once service is ended, the spirit leaves the body and goes to the hall of Morrigan to be a part of her host. And so the bodies of her warriors are of no consequence to her. However, there are those who absolutely believe that this would be a desecration. And furthermore, it might terrify those who don't understand your life choices.
Yeah, we already got a taste of that.
Yeah, there was a surprising amount of screaming when you first came out.
Surprising?
It surprised me.
To be fair, you don't spend a whole lot of time around people.
No, you know what? You got me on that one.
In any case, Skeleton's probably gonna stay. After all, it's Talus's, and I don't feel right smashing it.
Please don't smash my skeleton. Also, to be fair, I'm pretty sure your god resurrected this body before I did, so like, can it really be a desecration?
It's not a matter of whether or not I give a crap about you resurrecting the body. It's whether or not it's gonna be a hindrance to us traveling anywhere, getting anything done.
In any event, in none of these holy texts there is any indication of where the spear ended up, that it ended up here. I know because I was trained as a priestess here by the high priest who served here before me, and he told me, as it was passed down to him, that we were guardians of the spear, along with the blade, which is meant to be a tool to protect the artifact. I don't know how anyone would have found out that it was here.
Do you think your mentor might have done some blabbing?
I don't even think that's the case. Somebody's in charge of all of this, and it goes beyond the Hobgoblins, it goes beyond those humans that we found, it goes beyond all of that. Likely, it might be some sort of ancient being that might be aware of where it was supposed to be stored as a result of having been around for a long time.
Oh, like that Gargoyle Prince story title. That guy was pretty old.
At this point, I'm not ruling anything out. At the same time, though, it seems the people of Reddenburg, or at least somebody in charge there, is working alongside these creatures, or whoever else is in charge of this. I think it would be a good idea if we went over there to investigate who might be responsible for gathering the soldiers and having them posed as bandits.
Her expression kind of storm clouds over. There's like a combination of confusion and rage kind of building in her eyes, and she says, "What are you talking about?" As a reminder,
to report this back properly, but before the battle for the city, it's for the town itself, we confronted the other camp. They weren't hobgoblins; they were soldiers from Reddenburg.
She slams her fist into the altar when you tell her this.
You okay, Orica?
Soldiers from Reddenburg were attacking the road to my town.
Yep.
Did they tell you under whose orders they were doing this? Were they deserters?
They were not deserters. They did say that they were under orders, but they wouldn't exactly share who.
Well, just a point of clarification. If you're concealing information, where that's fine, but we know that they were actually getting their orders. That they at least thought they were getting their orders from officially from the Lord.
From the Lord
of the town. Yeah.
Well, the orders, the seal was the spy master of Reddenburg.
Yeah.
Okay. Rewind then. So she would ask me who was giving them orders, and well, they weren't deserters. I know that much for sure. And from what we were able to tell, they were getting orders from the spy master of Reddenburg directly.
You watch. She's like had her hands on this altar, and there are parchments and notes all on the top of this altar, along with these books. And she's staring right at you when you say this, and it's almost like she's not paying attention to what her hand is doing. But you watch as she just slowly crumples one of these pieces of parchment on the table, and her hand balls into a fist that's so clenched that the knuckles turn white.
I'm gonna mentally speak to Seshmi and just be like, hey, just so you know, don't ever piss off Orca. She's really scared now.
I can tell you're
I will
bothered.
take that under advisement, Lucy. Thank you.
Knowing this information, what do you recommend going forward?
Had I an army, I would march upon Reddenburg myself, but as you know, we're not quite capable of doing that.
Well, you don't have an army, but you do have a Kolak.
Let's have him march on Reddenburg.
I could make more skeletons if you want.
I'm sorely tempted to say yes right now, Talus.
Oh, Talus looks quite pleased with that.
She
I don't think the people here would be all that happy about it.
She takes a deep breath and breathes out through her nose and unclenches her fist. It seems that perhaps Lord Groff has taken it upon himself to make enemies of the villages around his city.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess that whatever deal he's got going on with whoever's in charge of all of this, probably pretty profitable. That's what I'm thinking.
Lord Groff is the type of man, the type of ruler who is willing to do whatever it is he needs to do in order to maintain two things: might and control.
Well, somebody who has control over not just an army of hobgoblins and everybody that serves them, but also that giant gargoyle that we saw, among probably other things that we haven't seen yet, goes ahead and approaches the Lord and says, hey, I need you to work for me. If you don't, I'll just force you to anyway. So, we can either do this the easy way or the hard way. He sees that he's got his own group, his own army and soldiers. They're probably not going to be able to handle such a force. So, instead of fighting a battle that he could probably lose, as cowards generally do, he capitulated.
She thinks about this. Nods. That army took everything of value from this town.
On the bright side, Mains probably aren't going to get attacked anymore. Still, we don't get that spear back, those undead are going to be a problem.
I need to know what's going on, Kolak. We don't have enough information. Who's Lord Groff working with, if anyone? Is there someone pulling his strings, or is he pulling someone else's? Although I do not believe that he has the wherewithal to pull anyone's strings. He's not that type of man.
No, but his spy master might be.
Agreed. And we need to know where the spear went and who took it. Or at least how.
As far as the how is concerned, we kind of have a theory. Seems whatever tunnel they used to get in there in the first place was one that had been being dug for quite some time. I'm gonna go ahead and take a guess, and this is something that the others came up with, but we think that the orders your people received as far as mining was concerned, the Reddenburg mining people, we think they might have been digging to try and get down there. How long ago were they contracted to mine?
A few years ago.
So anywhere between a few years ago to now, they may have been told perhaps this new project, maybe without your knowledge, maybe without the sheriff's knowledge, maybe without most people's knowledge, and maybe without their own. All they knew was they were supposed to dig, so they dug. And eventually found their way into the crypt halls of Morrigan. And it's at that point the Hobgoblins, under the orders of whatever is in charge of all of this, came in, distracted everybody, and made sure that there was nobody who was going to hinder them taking the spear.
And in the same token, while they secretly scurry away with the spear, the main force ransacks the village of much-needed supplies and wealth,
Preventing it from ever being able to do anything to counterattack them or try and get it back.
while feeding their own forces.
So, you've been rather screwed over by all of this. I just kind of have another question, though, something I've been curious about since the end of the battle last night, when Century fell. Why did that leader, that war chief, look to you and say, next time, don't meddle?
My guess? When you attacked those camps, did anyone get away?
Few people from the Hobgoblin camp did.
Maybe that was a warning that I shouldn't be hiring people to stop their plans.
Then I think it's probably a good idea if we keep any sort of partnership that you and our little group has nice and unofficial. I think we might be able to make a little headway in figuring out what all's going on, as well as get a decent idea as to what to do moving forward, if we advertise ourselves as a nice, effective mercenary group. We can go to Reddenburg. Their people didn't come back. They couldn't report. They don't know what happened to their people. And we could advertise ourselves as a very effective little group that are willing to work for a decent amount of pay. That way, we can demonstrate ourselves to be reliable, get close to the Lord, and then figure out what the hell's going on.
So we're gonna be like double agents.
Basically.
Does the Lord like dancing skeletons?
Probably not, but I don't imagine somebody of that cowardly level would actually mind if you used skeletons in his service, so long as he didn't have to take a look at them.
Oh, that's fine then. They can wear masks.
As an aside, Kolok talking while your vape is coming out of your mouth is very just picturesque of the fact that you're a red dragonborn.
It's just so in the
Especially
hair.
when I already have it in my mouth and my voice gets deeper.
Orca closes the book with the drawing of the spear and holds it out to Talus.
He accepts it.
You seem to be interested in researching things, why don't you take the time to find out what more this book says about the spear on your journey to Reddenburg?
I would be more than happy to do this.
Kolak,
Yes?
perhaps you or Century could determine which one of you will be the captain of this mercenary company you have, and present yourselves as soldiers for hire in the city of Reddenburg, as you have said, and find out what you can.
Sounds good to me. Lucy,
Yes.
you're talking to Sentry in your head, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and update him as to the plans and see if he's okay with me being the captain of our new mercenary group.
All right, I'll let him know. Hey, Century. We're all gonna be double agents, and we're gonna be infiltrating some ranks. And Kolak wanted to know if he could be the leader.
Tell him to just not get us all killed.
You got the A-OK, Kolak.
You're
That's
muted.
not what I...
Oh, I can't hear you.
Yeah, Alex, you're muted.
Me?
Sorry. Great.
That's not what I said, Lucy.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You got the A-OK as long as we don't die.
Well, if we all die, I'll hear his protestations in the afterlife if golems have such a thing.
I think Kolak said that if we die, you can be leader. Does that satisfy you?
Very well.
I have no problem being the leader of our dead group.
Oh, God.
I take it you two don't have any objections to this?
Can I have a code name?
You want?
That's fine.
Talus?
Lucy, you can go by Nethy. Is Nethy smart enough to come up with a code name that is not her actual name? That's the question.
You know, that's a really good question. I'm guessing any name that's not her name is gonna be like human McBlonde hair.
Oh my gosh. I love it. That's a lovely code name, Lucy.
Thank you.
Maybe something a little bit more convincing, I don't know.
Is that not a
I'll have to
normal
think
name?
of that.
That is not a normal human name, no.
Oh, really?
Not that I've ever seen.
How many humans have you seen, Kolak? Oh, wait, I'm not there. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me!
We try. You usually interrupt, so we can't.
Well, last person we need to get the A-OK on is Ty and see if he's okay with this plan. I'm not sure. He seems to have different goals than the rest of us. Well, honestly,
My
all of us
nickname
seem
is
to have
gonna
different
be
goals.
Ty Birchbound.
You're gonna have to ask him if that's okay.
Okay, what if I combine some names? Ty, Kolak, Century.
You realize by doing that, you kind of force the rest of us to change our names as well.
Is that a bad thing?
Birch,
It's gonna get confusing.
Birch Cole Tyree. There you go.
Perfect.
Okay, Ty. While they're having this conversation, you have been kind of trying to wheedle out some information about the foreman of the mine. Give me I don't know. Give me a persuasion roll as you're kind of carousing with the members of the town. I'll give you advantage
Alright.
since they've seen you like defending the town throughout the night. So you've built some
Okay.
rapport here. They've been a little curious about why you're poking around about the foreman of the mine, and it's obvious that nobody really likes him per se. But you're dealing with a bunch of people who are literally like carrying dead bodies of their friends and family and piling them somewhere to figure out like how they're going to respectfully deal with their dead, and nobody's really very talkative. The one piece of information that you find out about the foreman is that he usually stays away from the town and up at his shack, and so if he was there when the fighting happened, then he could still be there. Who knows? Nobody really gives a damn. And that's kind of the extent of the information you can dig up from everyone.
Okay. Well, if anyone... Ty is terrible at keeping secrets. So, if anyone actually, like, asks him why I'm asking about the mine foreman, I will just say because we think he's a collaborator.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention it for no reason, but like if anyone asks me like, "Hey, why do you want to know about this guy?" I will just tell them.
Okay.
And then I guess I will walk over to his shack.
Sure.
And just take a look around and then head back to town afterwards.
Okay. You walk to his shack, and I'll tell you this: if anybody, maybe somebody did ask like why you're asking about him, and you tell him that, and the general response you got was, "Yeah, I could see that happening." Like nobody's surprised that you would be suspicious of that. You head over to his little house. It's just outside of the mine's entrance itself. I think you've been there before, actually. Did you guys follow him when he was taking the... Yeah, so you have been there before.
Okay.
He's not there when you get there.
But the house is intact?
But the house is completely intact. It's on the very far outskirts of town, right where this mine is. But the house is intact, it looks untouched, and the door to the shack is wide open. And as I said, as you kind of peer inside through the door, you see that it's empty. Nobody's here.
Well, I'll take a quick look around inside.
Sure, give me an investigation roll.
11.
That's fine. You peer around through the shack, and sitting out on like a kind of a makeshift, like a little table, a rickety little table, is in like the worst handwriting you have ever seen in your life, Ty. Like you saw Shepherd Theo like writing out texts, religious texts and prayers and calligraphy, and that's what you've known like handwriting to look like. And you look down at this, and this is just utter garbage of handwriting. It's just this hard to read chicken scratch. You start reading what looks like a terribly just cheesy love note in like the worst type of metaphorical language you can even consider. The words that kind of spring out to you are my elven goddess, and the name, and a name. You think it's a name. It's not a name like you've ever seen before.
I do speak Elven.
Oh, okay. Then it is a name you've seen before. Or at least not a name you've seen before, but you recognize it as Elvish in the name.
I'm loving Ty's role as translator so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many languages do you know?
Exactly 4.
That's pretty good.
And it says it is written out to my elven goddess Sorasana.
Okay. Interesting. Well, guess I'll roll that up neatly and then just head back to town.
Okay. As you wander back into town, you see Kolok and Talus and Lucy striding back towards the creek keep, and Kolok looks like he has purpose in his strides.
Hey guys,
Find anything out?
I did. The mine foreman, nobody liked him at all, and they were not at all surprised that he was a collaborator. And I went up to his shack. It wasn't burned down. He wasn't there. And I did find this weird love letter. So either he's in love with an elf woman named Sorasana, or this is the weirdest cipher I've ever seen.
Oh, that's amazing.
I'll be honest, I've never actually seen an elf before.
Oh, well, there wasn't an elf there, just the note.
What is that?
It's a possibility that he might be there. That he might be at Reddenburg then.
What is that?
Yeah, and I'll share, if anyone else wants to look at the note.
Mm-hmm. The note is in common, except for the name.
Okay.
Right. If anybody can get an idea of where that note might be addressed to, that would be good.
The note
It's
is
not a name I'm familiar with, although it is an elven name.
Yeah, and the note's not even finished, right? It seems like it had been stopped, like halfway through. Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Well, Ty, I'm just going to let you know that we have a plan moving forward. We do know that Reddenburg, or at the very least the Lord there, is to some extent working alongside the Hobgoblins and whoever is hiring them. So, because we managed to take out the entire camp of Reddenburg soldiers, none of them were able to get back to let everybody know that we're against them. The foreman might be able to tip some people off, but that's just one account. And to be honest, it seems like he doesn't make friends all that well, even among people who he's supposed to be working with. So, that might not be a problem. Right now, the plan we have is to basically disguise ourselves as a mercenary group, head to Reddenburg, offer our services, see if we can't get close to the Lord, and try and do a little bit more investigation as to who he's working with.
That sounds like a pretty good plan. Although, to be honest, it's not exactly in my nature to be tricky that way with people.
Think of it this way. Your only role is to be a mercenary, which is just a job that you take, and it means that you're going to have to fight a lot of people. So long as you do that, you're doing your job just fine. If, for any reason, I, as the captain of this particular group, give you an order, then you follow that order, whatever that might be. I don't necessarily need to tell you why I am ordering you to do anything. As such,
I'll be honest, that sounds a lot more sinister than I think you intended it to.
True, but at the same time, you wouldn't be aware that you're doing anything sinister.
Well, I do think we should get to the bottom of this.
And I mean, we're all good people on the inside.
It's all for the greater good.
The greater good.
If you
I
think you
can
can at
find
the very
flying
least
a
play
bunch
along
of
with
people
it, then,
personally.
if you think you can at the very least play along with it, then it should be fine.
Sure, I'll try.
Most of the investigation work is probably going to be done by everybody else anyway. We might need you to translate some stuff, though. Depending on what it is that we find.
Also, Ty, can I use your name as my code name, or should I try to come up with a name?
Oh, I'm still probably going to use my name.
Well, we can both be Ty.
No, you can't both be Ty.
They could be like twins.
Yeah, I think we
also
look really
claim-
similar. We're both human. That's all. No one's gonna know.
I also claim the name Ty.
Oh my
We
god.
can't all be Ty. Only one person can be Ty. If there's
What
more
if
than
we
one
are
Ty,
the
it's
Ty
going to seem
squad?
suspicious.
What if we formed because we were all named Ty, and that's just really bonded over that?
It would really tie the group together. I'm sorry. I'll see myself out. I'm sorry.
You have slain me.
I apologize.
Lucy, can you not just come up with a simple code name that doesn't overlap with anybody else?
She looks like she's actually trying to think very hard. Please give me a day.
You have until we get to Reddenburg to come up with something.
I'll do that. Thanks.
Do I need a code name?
Yeah.
No, it's optional.
Oh, okay. I'm probably just going to be Talis then. I don't think they know me.
You know, you can be Lucy, because I'm not gonna be Lucy.
That is, I will keep that in mind. Maybe Mjolnir can be.
I have a feeling being the leader of this group is going to be a headache moving forward.
You seemed very eager before, I think.
Still am. Just, it's going to be more work than I thought.
Aw, I'm sorry.
Anyway, let's head back to Century. He's making us all dinner.
Well, that's nice of him.
Hey, Century, what's for dinner? Save me the best piece.
Today is a beef brisket with an apple saute.
Nice.
You regather in the keep where this day kind of started with a plan in mind and some preparations to make in order to leave town and head to Reddenburg. The trip to Reddenburg is a 3-day ride on horse, and you can head out whenever you'd like. But in the waning light of evening, for the first time you kind of gather in an almost peaceful way as not just a group of hired individuals, but an actual group of joined party members preparing to head off as a team of mercenaries. And as you discuss the details of if you take horses or go on foot, if you take a carriage,
We're taking
and
the
wagon.
horses.
Oh, I figured. If you should all be named Ty or none of you be named Ty, you kind of gather and actually enjoy each other's company for a few moments, even as Talus seems to get some semblance of performance out of his skeleton for just a small moment. And we'll kind of end it there with this moment of agreement and camaraderie that you all have sitting in the fortress in Ridgefort. I hope you all had fun today. It was a little more exploration role-playing of a session, which you guys have not actually really had the pleasure of having yet. So I hope that was a bit more enjoyable than the continuous combat that you've been on. Anyway, you guys are all like coming up with the most ridiculous names for your damn mercenary company.
Oh, just you wait. We'll find the worst one yet.
Oh. I'm gonna go through and ask you guys what we did last time, if that's cool with you guys.
Absolutely.
All right, Alex, tell me about your favorite Kolak moment tonight or today.
Oh boy. I guess coming up with the idea for the Merc group.
Cool.
I mean, that's something that I just came up with on the spot. It's like, wait a minute, this might work. So pretty happy about that. Plus, it kind of ties into Kolak's whole goal, which is to one, form a pack, which you're all a part of his pack now. And two,
that's good because Talos comes with a lot of dogs.
That's fine. That's more members of the pack.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's good. And for two, he does want to eventually become the most powerful of warlords. So this is a good start.
For the record, real quick, I just wanted to establish firmly that we're taking the cart that we brought in after all the goods have been taken off of it.
Okay.
Minus some basic provisions for the day's travel.
Absolutely
and both
fine.
of the war horses.
I would expect nothing less. And if you want during in between our session here and next week, you can use the notes channel on Discord to kind of just list what things you think you need to take with you, and I will tell you what you can and can't. This way, we're not spending a lot of time here just making a shopping list, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, could you tell us exactly how much gold?
Oh yeah, there's 1,000 gold in between those two bags.
Hell yeah,
that's pretty good.
Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, 200 gold for each.
Sentry is not taking any of the gold.
Of course, he has to make the math hard.
All right.
just
no,
listen.
he's giving his. He remembers as soon as he remembers Talus mentioning that we need diamonds. So his 200. We'll discuss it in the notes, but his 200 will be going toward diamonds.
Yeah.
We'll put his 200 aside to buy towards diamonds.
Anyway.
Exactly.
It's the group life insurance policy. Let's continue.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris, tell me your favorite Kolak moment.
Friggin' tearing apart those 3 skellies in the crypt. That was pretty badass.
Fiona, what? Go. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, that was.
Fiona, what about for you?
Stellar role playing, all around.
I really liked when, pretty early on in the session, when that one guy was complaining to Orica, and Kolak just kind of saw that and was like, well, that just can't stand. And just spooked him away, stop harassing the priestess, get out of here. He's a dedicated boy.
He is.
Of course he is.
Zoe, how about for you? Favorite Kolak moment?
I mean, there's always a lot. I definitely like the one that Fiona just mentioned. I think I also just liked his the happiness of being the mercenary leaders, and then immediate. Oh God, this is gonna be so hard. At being mercenary.
John, how about for you?
I think my favorite one was just the snarling in the darkness in the crypt.
Yeah.
The only warning we get of combat is a Kolak.
A Kolak snarl.
It's a pretty good sign.
Yeah,
it's true. I think for me, there was kind of that moment, not in the same conversation where you came up with the mercenary company idea. There was a part of that conversation where I feel like Kolak was starting to put certain pieces together, and that is enjoyable for me to see that happening in character as you're kind of like pitching these things. And as for me as a DM, seeing what kind of pieces you're putting together and how you're putting them together, especially from Kolak's perspective, I really enjoyed that.
You always gotta love when the players help you like construct a narrative.
I don't know what you're talking.
Makes your job so much easier.
I really have no idea what you were talking about at all. I never ever change my plans because the players come up with something better.
All you DMs out there, nobody ever listens to their players give an idea as to what's going on and goes, "Oh, that's actually a little bit better than what I had planned. We're going to run with that."
Yeah,
No
that's never ever happened ever. All right, man. Favorite century moment there.
How about that bitchin' first roll of the session?
Oh yeah.
Crit
You managed to set
failing
the-
on breakfast.
That's your favorite thing, huh?
That was my favorite thing. That was perfect. I mean, think about it. He just recovered from getting his ass handed to him, and then promptly burns breakfast.
Oh yeah. You were
So,
your thoughts were elsewhere. Your processors were processing other information.
I was rebooting
Yeah.
while I was cooking eggs.
What about for you, Fiona? Favorite century moment today?
Well, there were some real good quips today. For me, it's got to be between immediately after he burnt breakfast and said it was all me when Lucy gave him permission to. Also, when asking about the sword, when he just said silence gecko at Kolak.
Yes.
That was a very, very close tie between those two moments.
Oh gosh. Zoe, for you, favorite century moment.
I mean, someone has to say it. I loved telekinetically shunting you at the bad guy, and then you rolling 53 damage, and this. Mark is probably going to make every battle from now like 5 times as hard because of you.
I'm not gonna lie. I threw you guys a softball with that fight. It was just kind of a lob. You guys have been through a lot of combat. I didn't want this to turn into another 2 hours of fighting like it has for the last 3 or 4 sessions. So
I did appreciate the pity.
Oh, it wasn't pity. It was there are better things for you guys to do with your time today than fight a bunch of skeletons. So, John, your favorite century moment this afternoon?
Yeah, I think just the light switch turns between Century the killer to Century the chef. Those are always good back and forth.
Everything needs to die. Now let me cook you breakfast. Alex.
Delicious meal. Do not resist.
I know it's doubling up, but honestly, being called a gecko is great. Just silence, gecko. That was about like real close to just initiating that PvP.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Close.
I honestly think that you and I should have like, if we're gonna fast forward through the day's travel, but here in Reddenburg, I would love it if daily we establish that Kolak and Sentry fucking fight each other.
Well, sparring. Kolak would not recommend that we full-on fight each other, just in case, shit happens on the road.
Exactly, yeah.
So...
yeah, I think my one of my favorite Century moments was him just like walking down the tunnel while you guys are all discussing how to handle things. It's like Sentry's just like, oh, we're gonna explore the tunnel, okay, it just goes all the way down to the end of it. And it's like Sentry just always has this like one-track mind of this is my mission, here I go. Like no matter what is going on, it's like if as soon as you got out of the basement, it was like I'm gonna figure out exactly what kind of provisions we have and cook dinner. Like he's got one mission at any given point, and he just full on goes towards that, no matter what anybody else is doing. So I definitely enjoy his kind of like. His single-mindedness in that way. Fiona, favorite Talus moment?
Oh, it's gotta be when everyone was screaming about the skeleton, but he's just standing there like it's fine. It's gotta be.
Yeah. What? This is fine.
What's wrong? I don't get it.
Zoe, for you?
I mean, it was probably when Talus acted dog-like in his desperation for bones, and was also just so upset whenever we happened to break like one of the skeleton's bones. Just his emotional investment in it is very good.
Yeah, absolutely. John, for you?
I did like his comment about the skeletal minions as he's just a little guy. No, he's just a little guy. Don't worry about it.
Just a little guy.
Alex, how about for you?
What are you worried about?
Yeah. Alex, how about for you?
Oh, definitely him just being like, so Morrigan doesn't mind on grave robbing, because that is kind of my MO. So.
Yeah.
Definitely that was great.
Oh my god.
He's so casual about like, I rob graves and raise the undead and raise the dead. It's what I do.
Yeah.
It's kind of a main thing. Doesn't even bother hiding it at all.
Chris, how about for you, man?
I am a huge fan. I thought it was so cute that, like, I could just imagine his little wolf familiar just on the leg bone of the skeleton as he like had it walk behind us.
I have to say, for me, one of my favorite things about Talus is that he always has something to say, some quip to drop in any given situation. But like when he popped the head off the skeleton and was like, "See, that's how you do it. That's how you take them down without breaking them. Do it like that." Like, I just really like. It was just such a moment of like, look, it's easy.
Oh yeah, with no self-awareness that he and Lucy are like the only two that can do that.
Yeah. Yep.
Everyone can cast the chill touch, right? That's
Oh,
normal.
oh yeah. Everybody else is just like beating things with sticks, and Talus is like, "Look, you can from all the way over here. You could just pop the head off, and they go down, and then you can you save all the bones."
Why is everyone fighting that way? They could just be doing this.
Well, to be fair, also, every time that Talus has taken out his sword to fight the way everybody else does, it ends up on the ground somewhere.
He's not very good at it.
Zoe, what's your favorite Lucy moment today?
It's hard to say. I've been enjoying the gossip channel she's been having with Century, and it's something I'm gonna continue starting up every round.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's fantastic.
Oh god. John, what about for you?
I think just the nickname Stress and Process is the best.
What about for you, Alex? Best Lucy moment.
The fastball special.
Oh yeah.
Because here's the thing, okay? I've experienced the fastball special in a lot of different contexts, and it's always a big guy or a big lady throwing a smaller guy or smaller lady towards something. That's always how it's been expressed to me. But in this case, we had a little lady tossing a big guy.
Oh yeah.
at an enemy, and it's just comical in my mind to see it happen. Where she's just like, it's kind of like Pokemon, where Century, choose you, boom.
Yeah, and then this giant freight train of a character goes flying.
I like to imagine, from Talus's perspective, he just sees this like torch just like go flying. Just comes flying in after.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that, like, aside from the shrink channel, that, like, the gossip channel that Lucy and Sentry have, I really enjoyed, like, the earnest, like, tone in her voice. It's like she's too nice of a person to like, be duplicitous at all. I just love how nice Lucy is.
And yet, I've been mentally torturing someone for 6 months.
That's just what ghosts
That she's doing that, or
I don't think anybody in the party knows that.
but does she know that?
Oh, she knows that.
Oh, she knows.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Just so you know, the real Lucy is a terrible person.
Yeah.
On top, well, see, the funny thing is that on top of that, like, it took me a second and totally and this would be totally metagaming. But if I ever cast protection from evil and good on her, she'd have to make saving throws to stay possessing Lucy.
Yep. Yes, she would.
Don't do that.
Yeah, but he's not going to know. He might do that at some point to save
I
you.
wouldn't even think to do that, yeah.
I'm just reaching out to Century here.
Fiona, favorite Lucy moment?
Oh, definitely when she chucked a torch at me.
Oh yeah, that was going to be mine. Absolutely.
That was another fun one. I also just liked her general response to finding out that the artifact had gone missing. She was just kind of like, "Oh, Orica, it seems like it's gone. Sorry about that."
Yeah.
Can I just note the whole, like, we just fought a giant, like, army of hobgoblins and such who are, like, burning down buildings, slaughtering people in the streets, and we get to the cave in, and Lucy's just like, they just caved it in. They could have they left people to die. I mean, I'm starting to get the feeling these guys aren't very nice.
Yeah.
It's just then that she's getting that idea.
I love that Lucy is always like just a little bit dumb in every situation. Like you play that part of her up so well. Like, she does things that are helpful, and sometimes it's almost like this is not on purpose. Like, but just like everything from like the name to like the way she says something. Like when Orga first walked into the keep with Kolok that morning, Lucy was just like, "Hi, Orca!" and like waving and excited. Like it doesn't phase her at all that like there's serious shit going on. It's just kind of like, "Oh, I'm here." Like she's on vacation and all this bad stuff is just happening around her, and she's taking Yeah, I just can imagine, like, you guys, like, the town is, like, burning and getting destroyed, and she's being asked to do things, and, like, in between you guys doing things, she's, like, wandering around with a camera, taking pictures at the destruction, for her scrapbook when she gets home. That's kind of, like, the way I picture Lucy sometimes.
I'm glad you got that image.
Yeah. Yeah. She's already dead. Like, if Lucy's body dies, Nethy is just gonna be like, "Oh well, I'll go find another one."
Oh, that was my skin suit.
I'm super curious if she ends up if she ends up leaving the body for any particular reason for any period of time, and real Lucy ends up coming back, even for just a brief period of time. I wonder if I'd be able to smell it on her.
Ooh, interesting.
I want to know if that would be the case.
I'm not foreshadowing anything, but I'm foreshadowing something.
You know, I was just thinking about it, and we probably should have had Lucy make a save again. You guys talked about that, the turning.
Yeah.
That didn't work. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, never mind. I had just remembered that.
I will tell you that I have to kind of figure out mechanically how the whole Nethy possessing Lucy thing works quite exactly. I'm not 100% sure how that's working right now because it's just kind of like a flavor thing at the moment. But there's gonna be things that can affect that, right? Like there's always the question, like if Lucy dies in combat and fails all of her death saves, who comes back if you cast Resurrection? That's gonna be the interesting question at hand. Like, does Lucy come back or does Nethy come back when you cast that? And what happens to Nethy if Lucy's body dies? So those are questions I don't have the answer to yet. John, favorite tie moment?
So I think it's kind of a big picture moment. I liked the opportunity this session to be just a little bit less focused and kind of let Ty's sort of natural curiosity come out and just kind of follow idea from place to place and not having to be like so rigidly focused on a goal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Alex?
I'm sorry. As far as Ty is concerned, I mean, I think my mind immediately goes to him going and asking about the foreman, and him being straight up with, if anybody asks me why I'm asking these questions, I'm going to tell them. I'm not going to be subtle about this. He has an inability to be dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. That's going to be something that's going to cause potentially some friction moving forward, but it's not a bad character trait in any way.
I think that's great.
Yeah, I like it.
Chris, how about for you? Favorite tie moment?
Oh, snap. How about the whole group's gradual realization that for a guy who's not duplicitous in any way, he's probably the most qualified out of all of us to be a spy. High wisdom scores. I'm assuming a pretty decent charisma score.
No, Dex though.
Charisma and intelligence are both bad, actually.
Oh, are they? Well,
yeah.
But he's able to read like what, 4 languages you said?
Yep.
That's ridiculous. That is like double what Sentry can read. And just the fact that he's always had a cool head. I don't think Ty in character has ever panicked once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just love and like he kind of did a double take when he obliterated that one skeleton after finding out that the punching was the weakness. That made me laugh.
Punching is their weakness, guys.
I cast fist.
Fiona, your favorite tie moment tonight or today?
When he was talking with the distant relatives of, it's not Father Theo. What is it again?
Shepherd.
When he was talking about Shepherd Theo, and they were like, I mean, for one thing, I always love learning a little more about how people actually felt about Ty's beloved Shepherd Theo. But I also just liked when he brought up, like, oh yeah, that does make sense. He did argue a lot, and then just started talking about some of his various arguments.
Yeah.
I really liked that.
Yeah.
That was very fun.
How about you, Zoe? Favorite tie moment?
I love how sweet and easygoing Ty is. Like he gave that family like 20 gold, even though, they're just relatives of someone he knew. And then also just like when he was talking to Kolak at the very end, he was like, I don't know if I can really be that duplicitous. And you've made it sound worse.
Yeah. You're trying to reassure me, and it sounds so much worse.
You're not being duplicitous. That sounds worse.
Yeah. I'll get you into trouble, and you don't have to think about it. No, that doesn't help. I think for me, it's just Ty's, like, I guess innocence would be the best way to put it. Like, hey guys, I found a tunnel. Hey guys, I found out that this guy's a bad guy. Like, he's always so just like, look what I found. And I think that's like so great
This
because
is
there's
possibly the worst cipher I've ever seen.
yeah, exactly. And he's always just so upbeat. Like you could imagine like Ty coming up to you and is like, "Hey guys, I just found out the whole village burned down and everybody's dead." Like it's just always so upbeat and honest.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah, and I kind of love it. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Well, all right. I'll ask the question. What was a favorite NPC moment for today? There weren't a lot of them, but just I'll throw that out there.
Oh well, probably the fight that was going on when I interrupted with Orica and the chief sergeant dude guy. God damn it! I can't
The sheriff?
think of the word right now. Sheriff, yes, and the peasant who's basically yelling at them for not being able to essentially save the entire town, like, because I understood exactly like where she was coming from, right? She's a trusted member of the community and such, and as such, she's kind of responsible, especially because she's a priestess and has some modicum of power to be able to protect people. I mean, that's kind of what they were looking forward to. And then this attack happens, and a bunch of people die, a bunch of people lose their homes. What are they going to do? It's going to be very difficult moving forward. And she can't just yell at them, because she needs them to trust her.
Right.
So, you know, that's I saw that, and that's kind of why I had Kolak come over and be the bad guy, be the guy to yell and be like, shut the fuck up, go home, or go to whatever semblance of a home is left. So she always looks like she's trying to maintain control, and it's very difficult with everything that's been going on. But it's definitely something that I respect.
Cool.
On the topic of Orica, I think my favorite thing was angry Orica at the altar. I feel like she's a scary lady. Like, she worships Morrigan, which, yeah, I mean, that says some things if you're that dedicated. And I'm excited to see where her character develops.
Cool.
I liked I liked how nobody's really like. I like how quickly this town has managed to get used to us.
Well, you kind of help save like large portions of the town at this point.
Right. But I mean, it's you get a very you're doing an excellent job of conveying an untrained militia sort of vibe.
Cool.
Which is good.
Coming from the military man of the group, thank you.
Yep. No worries.
So, all right, guys. Well, thanks. It was a good time, and we'll play again next week. And you'll be on the road to Redinburgh, and we'll see what kind of a city that is, since it has not shown up in any of the games so far. So we'll see how that goes. For those of you guys watching out there, I think we had a good time. So we'll see you next week. Have a good day. Don't forget, Dance Macabre is at 7 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, right here. Same bat time, same bat channel. We'll see you then.
Oh, real quick.
Yeah.
If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Click the bell if you want notifications, and everybody have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. All right, we'll see you later, guys.
Bye.
I regret nothing.